All right. The quorum being present, the Committee on Foreign Affairs will come to order. Committee's meeting today for consideration of H.R. 4619, the AUKUS Submarine Transfer Authorization Act, H.R. 4616, the Keeping Our Allies Leading and Advancement Act, H.R. 4715, the Bilateral Resilience and Industry Trade Security Act, H.R. 4725, the AUKUS Oversight and Accountability Act, H.R. 1776, the End Tuberculosis Now Act, H.R. 4517, the Ensuring Voluntary Actions Are Compensated Act, H.R. 1456, the Stopping Communist Regimes from Engaging in Edits Now Act, H.R. 4741, the Securing Global Telecommunications Act, H.R. 4691, the Iran Sanctions Relief Review Act, H.R. 3152, the Fight and Combat Rampant Iranian Missile Exports Act, H.Res. 578, calling for the immediate release of Evan Hernandez, a United States citizen and Los Angeles County public defender who was wrongfully detained by the Venezuelan government in March 2022, and H.R. 4825, the No Illegal Oil from Russia Act of 2023. Chair announces that any requests for recorded votes may be rolled, and he may recess the committee at any point without objection. So ordered. Pursuant to House rules, I request that members have the opportunity to submit views for any committee report that may be produced on any of today's measures, and without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 4619, the AUKUS Submarine Transfer Authorization Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 4619, a bill to authorize the sale of Virginia-class submarines to Australia in support of the trilateral security partnership between Australia, the United Kingdom, and the United States, and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. This bill authorizes the transfer of 2 conventionally armed, nuclear-powered Virginia-class submarines to Australia. The submarine sales authorized by this bill will not take place until 2030 at the earliest. By authorizing this transfer, we are taking the first step towards fulfilling an agreement with 2 of our closest allies, Australia and the United Kingdom. This will protect our national security and show the U.S. delivers on its commitments. This will strengthen a key regional ally and help increase our force readiness in the Pacific to counter the CCP. In return, we're gaining access to a critical resupply and refurbishment base that will help us keep more of our submarines on station in the Indo-Pacific for longer periods of time. This bill will also stimulate investment in our defense industrial base. We are also sending a clear message to the President and to industry that it's time to invest in our shipbuilding capabilities. This is a big step towards fulfilling the promise of the AUKUS agreement, but it's only the first step. A strong submarine industrial base is critical for the success of AUKUS and the future of our deterrence. With the presidential certification requirements for the sale in this bill, we are sending a clear message to this administration and to industry that it's time to invest in our shipbuilding capability. This legislation also helps us bridge the gap in our shipbuilding capacity by reminding our allies and partners that America can and will follow through on its promises. We cannot let AUKUS become a paper tiger. We must show both our allies and enemies that we mean what we say, while we are also showing that we are serious about investing in a strong Navy. So I urge swift passage and adoption of this critical bill. Is there any other discussion on the bill? The ranking member, Mr. Meeks, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, as the United States works with allies and partners to better compete with China and strengthen our alliance architecture, the Biden administration's recently formalized trilateral security partnership with Australia and the United Kingdom, known as AUKUS, will be critical. AUKUS provides an important diplomatic and defense tool for cooperation, by both increasing Australia's submarine welfare capability, along with sharing defense technologies. As Secretary of State Blinken has stated, when it comes to Beijing, the United States will compete with confidence, cooperate where we can, and contest when and where we must. The AUKUS trilateral security framework is an integral component of this strategy. And I'm proud to support Representative Heisinger's bill and thank him in working along with him, along with the amendment I worked on with him, which provides important legislative authorization and direction for furthering the undersea capabilities within Pillar 1 of AUKUS. This bill provides for the transfer of U.S. Virginia-class submarines to Australia as part of the cooperative plan to bolster Australia's native posture as aging Collins-class submarines are retired and to work on the next generation AUKUS-class advanced submarines, which begins in years to come. The bill also provides certification criteria and reporting requirements to Congress so members have visibility on the process involved and to ensure it is consistent with the Biden administration's pathway, ensuring there are no adverse impacts on our Navy or shipbuilding capacity. Finally, the bill includes necessary authorizations for repair and refurbishments and maintenance activities. So as China continues its rapid military buildup, it is vital that we support AUKUS, Pillar 1, with the legislative direction and authorizations to enable its success. I'm glad to support this bill. And again, I thank Representative Heisinger and his staff for working with us. And so therefore, I am glad to support this bill and the forthcoming amendment, and I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Heisinger is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the ranking member, I appreciate our ability to work on this as well. The fact of the matter is that our maritime industrial base and our overall defense manufacturing base are not at a full capacity or capability and certainly not meeting our needs. However, this does not mean we should sit and wait for the administration to act. The AUKUS Submarine Transfer Authorization Act begins the conversation to fully realize the potential benefits of the AUKUS trilateral security partnership between the United States, the United Kingdom, and Australia. Deterrence, capabilities, and readiness are critical for future success in the Indo-Pacific region. This bill is an important step to get us there. This bipartisan solution provides the clearest signal to the Australians that this is not just another empty promise by someone or an administration of any sort trying to just score political points on the international stage. By authorizing the sale of the first 2 Virginia-class conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines, we are tackling the China issue head-on.
Red not offer.
As China expands...
Okay. All right, it's fine.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I believe your mic might be on. That's all right. As China expands as a maritime power, the focus should be on deterrence in what they call the South China Sea. In a 2018 Senate Armed Services Committee hearing, then Commander-designate Phil Davidson testified that, quote, China is now capable of controlling the South China Sea in all scenarios short of war with the United States, close quote. As a result, it's imperative that we bolster our allies' efficiencies and defense capabilities if and when possible. The key phrase here being when it is possible and practical for the United States to do so, and only when we are satisfied that our needs have been met first. It's no secret that the U.S. Submarine industrial base has struggled for years of neglect and a lack of purchase from the Navy. Our current fleet of 49 attack submarines falls regrettably short of the service goal of 66. Our submarine industrial base can deliver approximately 1.3 Virginia-class submarines each year, and prior to the pandemic, that number was closer to 1.9 per year. 1.3 per year currently. The indications that industry can deliver 2 Virginia classes by the late 2020s are promising, and I have complete faith that they will hit that mark with our support coming out of the House of Representatives and the Senate. We should not shy away from these numbers. They are just facts. As such, the bill requires the presidential level certification to have these issues be addressed. One, the transfer of such vessels will not degrade the U.S. undersea operational requirements. Two, the U.S. has the industrial capacity to meet and maintain the submarine production requirements needed to support the national security and operational requirements for its submarine fleet. Three, the U.S. has sufficient stockpiles of highly enriched uranium to meet the DoD needs. And then fourth, the government of Australia has the sovereign capability to host and operate these vessels. Furthermore, Congress reserves the power to issue a joint resolution of disapproval should the United States be unable to fulfill its side of the transfer. However, this bill serves as an opportunity for $3 billion of investment from the Australians into the submarine industrial base. In an industry hampered by supply chain shortages and workforce disruptions, this investment will help ease the production and maintenance backlog that plagues our submarine forces, thus jump-starting the future of our maritime fleet and putting us on track to hit our fleet goals. As we increase our shipbuilding capabilities over time, we must remind our allies and partners that America has and will continue to deliver on its promises in the face of communist China. The AUKUS partnership brings about a new level of maritime operability in a region plagued by a growing malign of Chinese influence. According to the Wall Street Journal reporting, quote, Beijing has become a dominant force in the South China Sea and has gradually changed both the geography and balance of power, close quote. We have all seen the lengths of China that the Chinese have gone to turn up the heat without breaking the threshold of a conflict. Just last year, a Chinese spy balloon traversed the entire continental United States. Also, there have been reports of listening buoys seen by Canadian forces in the Arctic. South China Sea is no different. The United States must not lose its focus on the reality of the threats posed by the Chinese Communist regime. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for your leadership, the work that you've done on this to get the bill in its current form. We do anticipate offering an ANS as well, but let me close by offering this. Future cooperation and deterrence of Chinese incursion in the Indo-Pacific region hinges on the effort to bolster our regional allies and deliver on both pillars of the AUKUS partnership. So I urge all of my colleagues to support this common sense bipartisan legislation. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the bill? There being no further discussion, Mr. Waltz is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Not time for amendments. This is discussion.
It's an untimely request. Is there any further discussion on the bill? There being no further discussion on the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Mr. Heising is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, as you had stated and the ranking member had stated, there is an amendment in substitution, an ANS offered. It's a bipartisan agreement.
Now, the clerk shall distribute the amendment. And the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4619, offered by Mr. Huizenga of Michigan. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following.
Without objection, for the reading of the amendments dispensed with, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. As you had alluded to, as well as the ranking member, this is an ANS to address some technical concerns and some clarifications. Section 2 has clarifications on the findings of this language. Section 3, clarifications on the findings of the transfer with technical concerns surrounding maintenance and where that might be able to be done. Section 4 is authorizing a new submarine security activities account regarding the AUKUS agreement. That will allow the transfer of dollars from the Australians into this account to then be used towards the development of these. And then finally, there is the proper language for both the DoD and the Department of Energy to be involved and engaged with a reporting requirement as part of that. So with that, I would like to just say again, say thank you for the work and the cooperation that has been put forward. I do believe that this is an important statement. And again, as you had said, Mr. Chairman, this is not happening until at least 2030. It's my goal to make sure that we have an industrial base that is ready to be able to do that, but we do need to get these authorizations moving and put forward. And with that, I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Let me say I support this amendment. Do any other members seek recognition? Mr. Meeks, ranking member, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I again want to thank Representative Heisinger and his staff and Republican committee staff for their work on this amendment, which I am proud to support. This amendment includes important additions and revisions to the underlying bill supporting AUKUS's submarine activities. One of the many changes included is an important structure whereby Australian financial contributions can be properly received, processed, and utilized by the United States to the benefit of greater shipbuilding capacity and achieving the goals of Pillar 1. It is through these generous contributions from Australia and the vital aims of bolstering our shared undersea defensive capabilities can be achieved and accelerated. Finally, the amendment includes critical reporting requirements to enable oversight into such contributions and Pillar 1 programs and how they are used to accomplish our shared goals. Again, thank you, Representative Heisinger and your staff for your collaboration on this important amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Is there any, do any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Waltz is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I offer an amendment to, I think I have this right in terms of the timing, to H.R. 4619 that authorizes, as we've discussed, the transfer of 2 nuclear attack submarines to Australia. And I certainly want to say it's been very good work by you, Mr. Chairman, your team, the ranking member, and Mr. Heisinger and his team, and of course, Chairwoman Kim. My amendment.
And the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 4619, offered by Mr. Waltz of Florida. Page 5, after line 12, insert the following and redesignate subsequent subparagraph.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Essentially, to explain the amendment, it seeks to further address the problem that we've been discussing, which has been decades of underinvestment in America's submarine industrial base that has led to the number of ready nuclear attack subs falling dangerously low. And just to reemphasize and pound this point, this is our final and most significant strategic advantage when it comes to deterring and countering the aggression of the Chinese Communist Party in the Pacific and around the world. And as Representative Heisinger has rightly noted, the Navy has for years asserted it requires 66 nuclear attack submarines for its warfighting requirements. We're currently at 49. That's about to fall to 46 as we phase out the Los Angeles class submarine. But I think an important point is 40% of those remaining are stuck in maintenance. They literally can't get out of the yards. So I have real concern and seek to strengthen the conditions that must be in place with any administration and any future leaders in the Pentagon before we transfer these critical boats. I am concerned that at the end of the day, we'll find ourselves 5-10 years from now without a net increase from both the Australians and the United States. So this amendment would simply require the President certify the U.S. has the capacity to produce more than 2 Virginia-class submarines per year, which is what the President the program of record in the president's budget request for FY24 says is the baseline minimum for America to reach its warfighting goal of 66 boats. That said, Mr. Chairman, we continue to work consensus and language on this amendment, so I will withdraw it at this time and allow the proceedings to proceed.
Yeah, gentleman withdraws his amendment. Is there any further? Are there any other further amendments on the amendment in the nature of substitute? There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of substitute offered by Representative Huizenga. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. A roll call vote has been postponed. Oh,
No one called for a roll call.
never mind. Okay, a roll call vote being requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote and further proceedings on the bill will be postponed. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 4716, the Keeping Our Allies Leading and Advancement Act. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 4716 to amend the Arms Export Control Act in support of Australia and the AUKUS partnership.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize myself for a very short opening statement. I want to follow up on Mr. Waltz's comments. I think these submarines are probably in terms of countering the CCP, the strongest thing that we have. And it's delighted to be working on this legislation to authorize Pillar 1 into law and also to exempt Pillar 2 from MITAR, which will speed up our defense industrial base and our ability to share these technologies with our allies in the region. And essentially taking the red tape away, this licensing exemption will add more submarine capabilities to the China Sea as we see a more aggressive China on the march. It also removes restrictions on innovation and collaborating on quantum computing, autonomous vehicles, long-range weapons, including hypersonics, where we're behind, a key area of innovation outlined by the administration in Pillar 2. And by removing outdated guidance outlined under missile technology control regime, of which Russia is also a member, we will ensure our enemies cannot use informal international bureaucracies to define the scope of our defense cooperation. We need to work together to get government inefficiencies out of the way of defense innovation and collaboration with our closest allies. Detractors will say that Australia does not have the defense export control system to protect our sensitive items, but we've never denied a sale or license to Australia. Our defense export control systems were built during the Cold War, a time when the U.S. dominated innovation and defense technology. Times have changed, and we need to rely on our allies and partners, many of which are out to innovate us in key areas to help us counter our enemies. So with that, I urge my colleagues to vote to pass this bill. I'll send a signal to the Australians this will that we mean what we say when it comes finally to AUKUS. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Meeks, the ranking member, is recognized.
Thank you. I spoke about the importance of AUKUS to our shared defense and diplomatic goals. The Biden administration has emphasized its investment in and focus on sharing advanced defense technologies with our AUKUS partners to enable closer cooperation, and I'm strongly supportive of this goal, provided we pursue it with the appropriate and necessary protections. We pursue this goal while the PRC focuses significant personnel and resources on surveilling, stealing, capturing, or otherwise gaining an advantage over the United States and our allies. This measure removes the Arms Export Control Act established comparability standard that requires any country seeking to receive exemptions from licensing to demonstrate it has comparable defense trade controls to our own in place. That is, the very controls that keep such defense technology advances and innovations safe. This standard is part of existing statutory requirements, and prematurely lifting them risks compromising our national security by allowing unfettered transfers of our most sensitive defense technology, including to private sector foreign firms, which risk exposure to or theft by our most capable adversaries, especially China. Both the state and defense departments oppose this approach, as do many of our Senate colleagues. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle may make this debate about the trust or faith we put into our two closest allies. But let me be clear, it is not that at all. As a longtime friend of both Australia and the UK and an avowed multilateralist, my commitment and respect for both of these close allies is clear. We do not doubt their commitment to AUKUS or to making vital improvements to their defense technology protections. Rather, it's because of our close relationship and wanting to ensure the success of this agreement and the promise it holds that we must ensure the high standards and protections of our sensitive defense technology preserve our military advantage over our adversaries. These high standards, which are part of existing statute, are a reflection of our shared awareness that malign actors and intensively focused on acquiring our sensitive defense technology. Our own intelligence community has monitored and briefed members on such efforts, and Australia's own head of intelligence, Mike Burgess, stated publicly in February of this year, more Australians are being targeted for espionage and foreign interference than at any time in Australia's history. More hostile foreign intelligence services, more spies, more targeting, and added specifically the targeting of Australian defense industry insiders and experts had increased since AUKUS's announcement. The UK faces similar intelligence threats. Recognizing the threats, in April 2023, Undersecretary of State Bonnie Jenkins sent a letter to both Australian and UK officials emphasizing the need to address specific defense, regulatory, and export control issues before proceeding to implementation with broad licensing exemptions. This work is still underway as we speak. If it is undermined by mandating premature exemptions, we risk making the very advances and innovations so important to competition with our adversaries vulnerable to be stolen, transferred, or otherwise uncontrolled. In short, to provide for the success of AUKUS and for the promise of Pillar 2 to be fully realized and implemented, we must get it right, especially given the persistent and significant threat the PRC poses. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Ms. Young Kim is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, for recognizing me. I want to thank you for bringing up this legislation for consideration today. I also want to recognize the staff from the Australian Embassy who are here today, who have worked side by side with the Foreign Affairs Committee on AUKUS-related issues. I've listened to the ranking member's concern, and I appreciate your commitment to caucus. This is the reason why we've introduced the bill. I strongly support my legislation, the Keeping Our Allies Leading in Advancement Act, COALA Act. By the way, anyone who's interested, I do have some COALAs for you to take. This legislation is the product of months of work, including hosting roundtables with defense industry experts and our Australian and British friends. In September of 2021, the US, Australia, and the UK announced the creation of the trilateral security partnership called AUKUS. AUKUS seeks to strengthen the ability of each of our governments to support each other's defense interests, building on the longstanding trilateral security cooperation and intelligence sharing. The Pillar 2 of this agreement is for the development for an improvement of joint advanced military capability and interoperability. Our defense relationship with Australia is one of the strongest we have. We recently held the largest ever U.S.-Australia joint military exercise, and just a few days ago, we commissioned the newest Independence variant littoral combat ship, the USS Canberra, out of Sydney, Australia. Despite deepening defense ties, our Australian friends are facing significant bureaucratic barriers in working with our defense industrial base and Department of Defense on critical technology transfers due to very strict international trafficking in arms regulations, ITAR. Currently, these transfers can take between 90 to 100 days just to get the approval, despite the fact that in Australia's case, these transfers are never denied. Further, ITAR compliance is costly and often discourages smaller companies that sell innovative technology from entering the defense contracting business. A small business simply cannot afford to front millions in compliance costs, which means we are losing out of an opportunity to incorporate more innovation in our defense ventures. The COALA Act amends the Arms Export Control Act of 1976 to create a licensing and approval exemption under the Arms Export Control Act for Australia for the implementation of AUKUS. It also exempts Australia from meeting certain certification requirements for transfers of U.S. government sales, grants, or commercial exports not specific to AUKUS. Further, the bill strengthens civil and criminal penalties under Section 38 and 39 of the Arms Export Control Act by increasing penalties from $1 million to $5 million and increasing the maximum criminal sentence from 20 years to 25 years. Let's be clear about the purpose of AUKUS. This is about responding to increasing aggression from the People's Republic of China in the Indo-Pacific region. We're running out of time to adequately equip ourselves and our allies to respond to this aggression and to deter conflict. If we're to take this rapidly growing threat seriously, we must ensure that our arms exports process is expeditious for our closest allies like Australia. I thank Chairman McCall for leading this effort with me and for bringing this legislation up for consideration, and I urge a yes vote, and I yield the balance of my time. Oh, by the way, I would like to ask for unanimous consent to submit this letter featuring former Obama administration officials calling for an expedited AUKUS process, and the letter was dated July 24, 2023.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion on the bill? There be no further discussion on the bill. The committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Ms. Young Kim is recognized.
You have an amendment in the nature of a substitute to offer? I have an amendment at the...
I have an amendment in the nature of the substitute.
At the desk.
At the desk, clerk shall distribute the amendment. And the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4716, offered by Mrs. Kim of California. Strike all after the enacting clause.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentlelady from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
There are not too many technical changes, so yeah.
Gentlelady yields back.
Seriously, okay. Gentlelady yields back. I support this amendment. Do any other members seek recognition? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you. This amendment clarifies that certain items, adds, and exceptions to the exception provided to licensing requirement so as to ensure certain items such as chemical, bio, and other particularly sensitive and dangerous technologies, including nuclear weapons intercontinental ballistic missiles, and other such items. This makes sense, as these are among the most sensitive, destructive, and controlled weapons and technologies produced in the modern world. And they should not be eligible for or considered under license-free, uncontrolled trade. Unfortunately, this amendment does not include other important changes. So I will be presenting another amendment addressing those areas, but I do support the gentlewoman's intent. And I yield back.
Yields. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Waltz is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have a revised amendment to the ANS. I don't know if that's the right time.
Yeah, we're on discussion of the Young Kim
Okay.
amendment at this time, but we will get back to you when it's timely. Any further discussion on the Young Kim amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion, are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. This amendment modified. I have an amendment.
Amendment to desk. The clerk shall distribute the amendment. We're going to have to go back to, legislation 101 here. Okay, the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 4716, offered by Mr. Meeks of New York. Page 3, line 2, strike shall and insert may.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. This amendment modifies the underlying bill by ensuring the Secretary of State certifies to Congress that the recipient country, in this case, Australia, has defense technology trade controls and safeguards as originally required by the Arms Export Control Act in place to protect against our adversaries. When the PRC's aggressive attempts to steal the most sensitive defense technologies so that they can be copied and used against us are as pernicious and devious as they are, it is vital we ensure our allies have the strongest level of controls and safeguards in place before we proceed with broader exemptions and license-free transfers. This amendment provides for the Secretary of State to implement an exemption under the Arms Export Control Act, Section 38J, for license-free defense trade activities once the appropriate safeguards are in place and certified to Congress. Both the Defense Department and the State Department support this amendment, which strikes the appropriate balance. As Australia's own intelligence head said, Mike Burgess, AUKUS secrets are a target for spies and those looking to exploit cutting-edge security advancements. It is for these reasons that while streamlined export processes are necessary so that we can have success of the AUKUS trilateral relations partnership, so too is the effective protection of sensitive technologies. And given the threats our adversaries pose, we must support this partnership, but we also must get it right. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to support this critical amendment so that we can ensure that we get it right. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
Chairman, I would like to speak in opposition.
Back, please.
Because they told me to give you that. Ms. Kim is recognized.
Young Kim's recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. To the concerns the Ranking Member Mix raised, I do want to appreciate his thoughts, but I just want to talk about the concerns that he raised about, this technology falling into the hands of the adversaries, in this case, CCP. Australia is one of our closest allies and is one of our Five Eyes partners. We let the Australians have access to some of the most sensitive intelligence we have. So why shouldn't we expedite collaboration with them on sensitive technologies? I think it's disservice to grant them access to some of our most sensitive intelligence, but say we're concerned that the Australians will let this technology fall into the hands of the CCP, it's not consistent. You know, the certification proposed by ranking member is exactly what we already have, and it's not working. State won't certify. State has shown that it will never certify Australia for an exemption because it does not want to give up bureaucratic power over licensing. In 50 years, state has only certified that one country has been certified by state, and that's Canada. As Five Eyes allies, the United States and Australia have already shared much of our country's most sensitive intelligence. That quote is from bipartisan group of former defense officials, including James Clapper, Chuck Hagel, and Michelle Flournoy, who all agree that Australia has sufficient safeguards in place. So we give licenses to Chinese companies to gain access to our technology at alarming rates, but state won't give a licensing exemption to the UK or Australia for technology we're already selling to them. We know the state certification requirement doesn't work. We need something new. Thank you, and I yield back.
General Lay yields. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Kim is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I'm happy to speak in support of Ranking Member Meeks's amendment to H.R. 4716. This bill would preemptively exempt certain allies from important defense tech controls and licensing requirements currently enshrined in the Arms Export Control Act and remove the comparability standards we have in statute today. Prematurely lifting these standards would risk compromising our national security by allowing unfettered transfers of our most sensitive defense technology. That includes transfers to private sector foreign firms, which risk exposure to and theft by our adversaries. We should broaden and deepen our security cooperations with our allies, ensure that the appropriate defense regulations are in place to move forward with cooperation. In April 2023, Undersecretary of State Bonnie Jenkins sent a letter to some of our allies emphasizing the need to address specific defense regulatory issues before implementing broad licensing exemptions. This work is still underway, and recent reports underscore the importance of getting this right. As we work collectively with our allies to counter increased espionage efforts by sophisticated adversaries, it is incredibly important to protect the transfer of our most sensitive information and technologies. These common sense controls included in Ranking Member Meeks's amendment will reinforce our national security and protect Americans at home and abroad. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Let me say I oppose this amendment. Some of these points have already been made by Ms. Young Kim, but the may exempt as proposed by the ranking member is exactly what we have done, and it's not working. That is a status quo. State will not issue the exemption. That's the problem. State has shown that it will never certify Australia or the UK for an exemption because it does not want to give up its bureaucratic power over licensing. In the 50 years, only one country has been granted an exemption by state, and that is Canada. As Five Eye allies, the United States and Australia have already shared much of each country's most sensitive intelligence already. And that quote is from the bipartisan group of former defense officials, including James Clapper, Chuck Hagel, and Michelle Flournoy, who all agreed that Australia has sufficient safeguards in place. Also, I would say that our entire licensing regime is outdated and overburdensome, and that's why we're doing this legislation. But to go back to the May exempt will just put us right back square where we are in the status quo. The industry and national security professionals agree. They say we need a full exemption from ITAR licensing for both Australia and the UK, because currently these requirements cause dangerous delays sending critical equipment to our closest allies. They hurt our collective defense industrial base, and they threaten our technology advantage over China. The time of delays is over. This bill is to move forward with this strong alliance we have called AUKUS with Australia and the United Kingdom, treating them both equally as allies of the United States, equally willing and able to share our technology and our capabilities to further counter the malign influence that we see coming from communist China in the region. And that's why this bill is so important, and that's why I oppose this amendment, although I have tremendous respect for the ranking member. Do any other members seek recognition on the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Waltz is recognized.
I have a revised amendment to the amendment in the nature of the substitute.
We need to dispose with the Meeks amendment first. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Meeks. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Waltz, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a revised amendment to the ANS.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 4716, offered by Mr. Waltz of Florida.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm offering an amendment to task the State Department to report upon the application of the concept offered up here by you, Mr. Chairman, and Representative Kim, to study and report on the application of that concept with our other allies in Asia, namely Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, and Thailand. Virtually all of our allies and partner countries in Asia now face a very serious national security threat from the Chinese Communist Party. AUKUS is indeed a major step towards deterring and protecting against that threat. My colleagues' bill represents an innovative approach to implement Pillar 2 of the AUKUS agreement, long overdue in my opinion. The administration should take seriously its potential as a future end goal for military sales to a number of our closest allies. The House Foreign Affairs Committee's FMS task, Foreign Military Sales Task Force, is working towards a comprehensive solution to improve upon our weapons sales backlogs. States' experience with AUKUS and the implementation contained in this bill would be absolutely critical. I do look forward to states' feedback on how we could potentially widen the circle of AUKUS and the measures in this legislation in the future. And I do want to thank Chairwoman Kim for her leadership in this legislation, as well as the Indo-Pacific Subcommittee, and their work has been critical in advancing America's interest in Asia and deepening the bonds with our regional partners and allies. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back, and we say I support this amendment. Do any other members seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Connolly is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the legislation, but a word of caution. We had a hearing, and we talked about Australian military capability, and there's plenty of room for improvement, let's put it that way. And if we're going to rely on Australia as a key strategic partner in the region, we got to make sure that they have the capability they need to be able to perform that role. And so I just, a word of caution to my colleagues, it's worth paying attention to. We want a strong Australia. We love the relationship. The partnership's really important. But we also can't turn a blind eye to the fact that there's been a degradation in capability that has to be remediated. With that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Waltz, number 86. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Further proceedings of this bill are postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 4715, the Bilateral Resilience and Industry Trade Security Act. Bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 4715. to amend the Arms Export Control Act in support of the United Kingdom and the AUKUS partnership.
Without objection, first reading, the bill is dispensed with, and the bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. In 1941, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Prime Minister Winston Churchill agreed to the Atlantic Charter as we fought side by side in World War II. The charter focused on non-aggression, self-determination, and open trade. In June 2021, the President and then Prime Minister Boris Johnson revitalized the Atlantic Charter to address our current challenges in the new era of strategic competition. During UK Prime Minister Sunak's visit last month, we heard him speak on our shared priority of protecting national security and identified AUKUS as, quote, the most significant defense partnership in generations. President Biden stood alongside Prime Minister Sunak and Prime Minister Albanese at Point Loma Naval Base, San Diego, California, 4 months ago, saying, quote, we're putting ourselves in the strongest possible position to navigate the challenges of today and tomorrow together, close quote. But we know proclamations mean nothing without action. And that's why AUKUS is critical and needs to be implemented to preserve regional stability and peace in the Indo-Pacific. The strongest possible position is to remove bureaucracy when it is unnecessary. And this bill does just that. Despite what concerns state has, they have never denied a single license for the UK. So with that, I urge all my colleagues to vote to pass this bill, and I yield the balance of my time. Is there any further discussion on the bill? The ranking member, Mr. Meeks, is recognized.
Thank you. I spoke earlier on Rep. Kim's bill, which seeks to implement similar exemptions to Rep. Keene's bill. My comments are similar, so I'll be very brief. Again, I strongly support the AUKUS agreement, including Pillar 1 on undersea capabilities, as well as Pillar 2, which aims to further our shared efforts on advanced defense technology cooperation. However, similar to Rep. Kim's bill, this proposal also exemptively exempts the United Kingdom from important defense tech controls and licensing requirements and removes the established comparability standard that requires any country seeking to receive exemptions from licensing to demonstrate it has comparable defense trade controls to our own in place. That is, removing the requirement for the very controls that keep such advances and innovations safe. And I hear my colleagues talking about how we do intelligence sharing. That is correct. But intelligence sharing is different than preserving sensitive defensive technologies. Two different things. And also, as with the previous bill, both the state and defense departments oppose this approach, as do many of our Senate colleagues. And I will again underscore that this, as I've said before, is not about the faith or views we have for our closest allies. Those are not in question. It is because of our close relationship and wanting to ensure the success of this agreement and the promise it holds that we must ensure the high standards and protections of our sensitive defense technology to preserve our military advantage over our adversaries. Therefore, as with the previous bill, which similarly removes the requirement for certification and assurances that a recipient country has the full range of proper safeguards and controls in place to receive license-free treatment via bespoken exemption. So I must oppose the preemptive approach. These high standards, which this bill circumvents, are part of existing statute, and they're not anything new. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Kane is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your support of this bill and your extraordinary leadership on this issue. On September 15, 2021, the AUKUS agreement was signed by the government of Australia, the United Kingdom, and the United States as a once-in-a-generation security pact. Under this agreement, Australia would receive United States Virginia-class attack submarines while working with the UK to develop a domestic nuclear submarine fleet under the auspice of Pillar 1. But what is most important is the trilateral cooperation on advanced technologies and capabilities such as quantum, advanced electronics, and hypersonics. This is the crux of the agreement found in AUKUS Pillar 2. It is a known fact that our country's ITAR and arms export systems are dated back to the Cold War, a time when the United States was at the technological apex of defense innovation and production. I firmly believe that our nation continues to lead in innovation, and our military equipment is sought after across the world by our allies and our partners. However, we can no longer live in times of the Cold War when we have to contend with one adversary. The threat of the CCP's rapid rise in the Indo-Pacific and its menacing behavior towards allies and partners such as Taiwan requires that we develop advanced capabilities to counter that risk. My legislation gives the United Kingdom a full ITAR exemption so that there can be a true free flow of technologies and information between our two countries in advance of realizing the true potential of AUKUS. By allowing this, defense equipment and technology transfers can be exempt from multitudes of bureaucratic red tape, allowing for expedient transfers of ideas and hardware. We would be saving our allies precious time and money they could use towards building up their collective defense. We would reduce bureaucracy, making government more efficient. It would give industry the certainty they need to collaborate with our allies. AUKUS is a unique opportunity to establish a collaborative effort between the United States and some of its closest partners to develop the next generation of defense systems and to reestablish our edge over our adversaries. I'd like to again thank the Chairman for his co-leading of this legislation, as well as Ms. Kim of California, Mr. Huizinga of Michigan, as well as the other members of this committee who have since co-sponsored this bill. I urge this committee to favorably pass this legislation and the rest of the AUKUS package. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? There being no further discussion on the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment?
I do, Chairman.
No, Mr. King first.
Mr. Kane is recognized.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm submitting a ANS, which is simple and technical
Okay,
correction.
the clerk shall report, distribute the amendment. Sorry. Okay, the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4715, offered by Mr. Kane of New Jersey. Strike
Without
all-
objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a simple and straightforward technical amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the amendment? There being no further discussion, are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Meeks, Mr. Meeks, ranking member, is recognized. He has an amendment. At the desk, the clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 4715, offered by Mr. Meeks of New York. Page 3, line 3, strike shall and insert may.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
I support the gentleman's amendment, even though it does not address the full range of concerns I have, which is why I am offering a separate amendment with further modifications. On this amendment and the changes it makes, I do support the inclusion of further specificity on what items must be excluded from such licensing exemption. This amendment clarifies This amendment clarifies or modifies the underlying bill by ensuring that the Secretary of State certifies to Congress that the recipient country, in this case the United Kingdom, has defense technology trade controls and safeguards as originally required by the Arms Export Control Act in place to protect our most sensitive technologies from theft by our adversaries. Just this month, our counterparts in the UK House of Commons Intelligence and Security Committee issued a public report stating the PRC's intelligence services are prolifically and aggressively targeting the UK, and highlighted the still developing approach to monitoring and regulating sensitive and emerging security technologies compared to the architecture in place in the United States. As the Biden administration continues to advise the UK on such matters, it is vital we ensure our allies have a robust level of controls and safeguards in place before we proceed with broader exemptions and license-free transfers. In that vein, this amendment simply requires the Secretary of State to implement an exemption under the Arms Controls Act, Section 38J, for license-free defense trade activities once the appropriate safeguards are in place and certified to Congress. Similar to my previous amendment, both the Defense Department and State Department support this amendment. In short, given the important work still underway to address these areas and the threats our adversaries pose, we must support this partnership and get it right. And therefore, I urge my colleagues to support this critical amendment to ensure that we do just that. And I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Let me say I oppose this amendment. Do any other members seek recognition? Mr. Kane is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also oppose this amendment. This amendment simply put in the continued roadblock that currently exists in the export control system and the ITAR ecosystem. There are, the United Kingdom has never been denied an export license for noncompliance or any other wrongdoing. The UK is a member of Five Eyes, which is an intelligence sharing pact between the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand. The UK has also recently enacted laws, such as the National Security Investment Act, to modernize government's powers to scrutinize and to intervene in investments and other acquisitions to protect our national security. The UK is the only nation outside the United States to field the Tomahawk missile. It took the U.S. 7 months to approve the UK to receive information on the latest upgrade to the system, and took a further 10 months on the approval of the maritime version of this system. ITAR retransfer approvals required from the State Department to allow UK contractors to work on multiple systems on UK Vanguard-class ballistic missile submarines have resulted in 3-month delays affecting the operational ability of its nuclear deterrent. And Mr. Chairman, if I may, for the record, also submit a letter from Eric Fanning, who is the president and CEO of the Aerospace Industries Association. He submitted it, and in his quote, this legislation and the overall package requires a modern defense trade system with clearly defined standards that allow industry and foreign partners to jointly plan, produce, and acquire strategic and advanced capabilities.
Without objection, so ordered.
And the foreign military sales and direct commercial sales exemption specific, each partner under the ITAR in the BRITS and Koala Act are imperative to the operational success of AUKUS partnership. Extraordinarily important we get the bureaucratic delays out and ensure that we can combat China and other opponents across the globe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative, the Ranking Member Meeks. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment's not agreed to. Recorded vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Further proceedings of this bill are postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 1456, the Stopping Communist Regimes from Engaging in Edits Now Act. Bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 1456, to limit the use of funds for the production of films and using assets for the Department of State under the certain circumstances and for other purposes. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled. This act may be cited.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Let me say I recognize this, I support this bill. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Green is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman McCall and Ranking Member, for holding this markup. Mr. Chairman, tyranny has no respect for borders. The Chinese Communist Party is exporting its totalitarian censorship to Hollywood, demanding America's film industry be complicit in its malign agenda. The CCP has one goal: silence any voice that threatens its illegal, inhumane, and genocidal activity. Rather than standing up for American values, many high-budget films choose to edit out so-called offensive scenes. In one instance, the CCP told Sony to edit out an image of the Statue of Liberty in the movie Spider-Man: No Way Home. Fortunately, Sony refused. American liberty is not for sale. Unfortunately, not all Hollywood executives feel that way, as some, and I reiterate some, have been willing to put profit above patriotism. Yet many of these same studios get assistance from the U.S. government during film production. Via production assistance agreements, some studios gain access to invaluable assistance from the federal government, often from the Department of State, to then have these studios turn around and spread CCP propaganda or kowtow to Beijing censorship is unacceptable. Congress must put an end to this. That's why I reintroduced the Stopping Communist Regimes from Engaging in Edits Now Act, or SCREEN Act, this Congress. The SCREEN Act prevents the federal government from assisting studios in Hollywood with the production of a film if that film is co-produced by a Chinese company, and requires film companies receiving production assistance from the Department of State to report to Congress previous films that have been substantially edited by the Chinese Communist Party. And it bans the federal government from assisting these studios if they have edited a film for the CCP. Lastly, this bill requires Hollywood studios to provide written agreements pledging not to censor their own films at the request of the CCP prior to receiving any assets or technical assistance from the Department of State. Censorship at the behest of a dictatorial, human rights violating regime is bad enough. U.S. tax dollars funding that censorship is an outrage. Thankfully, the Pentagon, under the leadership of Secretary Austin and thus President Biden, recently announced that the DoD will no longer work with film studios that censor their movies on behalf of the CCP. The DoD gets it. The Pentagon's new rule is a great step forward, but we need to start codifying these protections in law. The Department of State must not spend a single taxpayer dollar helping studios that do Beijing's bidding. Imagine what American classics would have become if they'd required the approval of Xi Jinping. Can you imagine the CCP's stamp of approval on The Godfather, Casablanca, Forrest Gump, Saving Private Ryan? Our film industry, our film history is part of our national culture, and we can't let it be watered down or manipulated by communist regimes. This bill counters the CCP's blatant attack on American culture by demanding transparency and accountability. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote in favor of this amendment and to unequivocally show our constituents that we will not subsidize censorship. Let's show the CCP that American movies can't be twisted to serve the CCP's interests. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
I strongly oppose this measure. One, it's overbroad, and two, it would be completely counterproductive to the United States interests. You know, my colleagues often speak about how we need to compete with and counter China. So this effort to undermine one of our key strengths in the competition with China, our soft power, undermining our soft power, I find completely puzzling. Our strategic competition with China is multifaceted, and the PRC is intent to compete with us on soft power as well. In 2007, the PRC president, Hu Jintao, urged his cadres in the 17th National Congress to stimulate the cultural creativity of the whole nation and enhance culture as part of the soft power of our country. Since then, Xi Jinping has talked about showcasing, and I quote, cultural confidence, as Beijing has poured in billions of dollars into state-owned media outlets, cultural and language centers, and public diplomacy. And while Beijing is busy competing, this measure attempts to hinder one of our greatest strengths, our greatest strengths. One of the implicit reasons that the world looks to the United States in a very favorable way is because of our values, which reverberate throughout the world thanks to the spread of American music, social media, literature, art, and Hollywood. I think it's critical that kids around the world are watching Mission Impossible and Spider-Man. It is in our interest that these movies showcase the American military's might, the glory of our national parks, the free press, all of which would be undone by this measure. We should strengthen our soft power, not cutting off funding for all U.S. studios that simply have shown or want to show their movies in China. This measure will impact every major U.S. film studio and hurt the thousands of middle-class American workers that are employed by Hollywood, as well as their families. This measure helps the CCP achieve exactly what it wants, cutting its citizens off from the outside world and having them watch Wolf Warrior 2 instead of Captain America. Why would we aid the CCP in its goal of removing America's cultural influence on its people by urging Hollywood to stop showing its films in China? Makes no sense. And that is why, well, let's think about it. Why would we? Why would we not want to actively support and aid an industry that is sharing American stories with the people of China? Now, there are legitimate concerns around censorship of U.S. films that we need to monitor and address. But my friends, this is not the way to do it. This is bad policy undermining a key element of U.S. soft power. The vast gains we get from having American movies shown in China require that we handle this issue reasonably. Therefore, I strongly oppose this measure and urge my colleagues to do the same. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Mast is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'm going to yield some time to my friend Mr. Green in a moment, but I just want to start by taking the last comments that were made. You know, at the detriment of the movie industry, we can't push that they undertake things where they wouldn't want to be shown in China. Imagine if that was the attitude we had during the Cold War, right, where we couldn't have the villain Drago in Rocky IV because they wouldn't show it in Russia. Or you couldn't have, you know, funny movies like Spies Like Us. You couldn't have the adversaries be the Russians, or all the James Bond movies. The adversaries couldn't be the Russians. Or you couldn't have Dr. Strangelove or The Hunt for Red October, or take any of those. If that was the rationale for saying, well, listen, you know, we don't want to cross them in this way. We don't want to push them in this way, because what if they couldn't show those movies in Moscow? That's essentially the argument that's being made here. We want a robust American film industry, but we want one where art can reflect truly what life is, if that's the order of the old philosophical question, which one reflects which one. But these studios are not allowing their art to truly reflect what is going on in life, and specifically what is going on with who we are essentially in a new Cold War with, which is China, and what their actions are around the globe in so many different places. In that, I'm going to yield some time to my friend, Mr. Green.
I thank the gentleman, and I just want to make a couple of points. You know, soft power is an important aspect of our foreign policy. However, soft power doesn't work if we're pushing a lie about China's intentions. Soft power doesn't work if we're blacking out our symbols of freedom from our movies. For example, taking the Statue of Liberty out of a movie just to appease the Chinese Communist Party and doing it with taxpayer dollars. That makes no sense. This bill doesn't say they can't make a movie. I mean, I'm a federalist. I don't dictate to what private businesses should do. I don't think the government should do that. But we can say to our own government that we're not going to take taxpayer dollars and support that censorship. That is appropriate. That's right. And it's good soft power, because we're not going to allow, you know, China to dictate a movie's production if we're the taxpayer funding the assistance in making that movie. And one important point here, China only allows 34 foreign films a year anyway. So we're not talking about you know, some massive number of films. And we're not telling the industry they can't make films. And we're not saying, all we're saying here is you can't use taxpayer dollars to do it. That's all. And it's very interesting that the Pentagon didn't put any exceptions when they made their policy. This administration, President Biden and Secretary Austin said, you know, this doesn't make sense. So the military's not going to play this game anymore. Why shouldn't state do the same thing? I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Sherman is recognized.
This bill is an attack on the economy of Los Angeles. It's an attack particularly on the economy of the 32nd District, and it is an attack on one of the very few industries that actually brings dollars into our country while sending our message out of the country. We're told that this bill won't prevent you from making a movie. Well, you can't get a drone permit for any of your films if one of your films is thought to offend. But this, independent of the foreign policy of this bill is an attack on the First Amendment and gives the power to the executive branch to destroy any studio they want for any dreamed-up reason. Here's why. Not only do you get blacklisted if you show your movie to Chinese authorities and they reject it or they ask for changes, if in the opinion of the Secretary of State, in the back of your mind, you chose not to make a movie or you chose to take a scene out of a movie, and the Secretary of State dreams up the idea that you did it because of China, you can't get a drone permit. You can't get any cooperation from the federal government. You can't make your movie in the Santa Monica Mountains National Recreation Area. So maybe Mr. DeSantis becomes our next Secretary of State. It could happen. He'd like to be in control of the executive government to some degree. All he has to say is, I don't like Disney. We already know that. And say, well, you didn't make a movie about Tibet. You took a scene out of a movie. I think it was something you did was in anticipation of displeasure in Beijing, you're blacklisted. Now, part of the attack is the so-called Barbie movie and the so-called 9-dash line. Here is Chiang Kai-shek's 9-dash line. You'll notice it has 9 dashes. It goes over almost 1,000 miles south of the Chinese mainland. Here is Barbie. Off the coast of Asia, there are 8 dots, not 9 dashes, 8 dots. But furthermore, they're off the coast of the part of Asia just away from the Kamchatka Peninsula. So these are 9 dots off the coast of northern Siberia. And Hollywood is attacked that it is somehow the 9-dash line, including the Spratly Islands. Not only that, the 9-dash line of Chiang Kai-shek goes 1,000 miles away from the coast of mainland Asia. These dots are very close to the coast of mainland Asia. If only these dots were the 9-dash line, I wouldn't have to oppose China on their 9-dash line so much. And they'd have Arctic islands off the coast, not too far from Kamchatka. Top Gun was a movie made at private expense, and it did more for naval recruiting than anything that the Navy has ever done. Now, it is China mutilates and attacks our industries and our companies, particularly Hollywood. Only 40 movies get in. Do we do anything about that as a government? Do we have tariffs on Chinese goods? No, because we don't have the courage to interrupt the profits of Walmart. But when one of our companies is attacked, when one of our companies is told that there are blackout dates where you can't even show your movies in China on the very dates that Chinese people want to see movies, Congress lacks courage. The cowardice of Congress, however, can be disguised by this bill. We fail for 20 years to tell the Chinese that if they want to send their goods here, they have to allow our movies to be shown there. And instead, we roll over. And then we attack the very companies that are attacked by China. I'll offer a number of amendments, one of which will illustrate how this bill would deal with the fact that China and 100 other countries require that they cut some of the nudity out of American movies before they allow them to be displayed. And we will see how this bill will deal with that requirement made by Egypt and Malaysia and South Africa and 100 others, including China, and what it will mean for China and the United States. But I'll wait for my chance to introduce that amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the bill? Ms. Kamlager-Dove is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I too want to express my strong opposition to this bill. All U.S. companies that operate overseas must abide by the laws of those countries, and I agree this compliance can sometimes have concerning implications for our values. For example, Apple and Google pulled down an opposition-led voting app in response to demands from Russian authorities. Twitter was ordered to remove more than 1,400 accounts after the Indian government determined they undermined India's sovereignty. This is indeed the perennial challenge when our openness meets closed societies and anti-democratic governments. And there's no doubt that those trends are concerning. But in these cases, do we say the problem is our openness and not the actions of the government seeking to erode it? Do we respond by trying to effectively ban our own companies from those markets and decimate their ability to operate there? Especially if these entities are some of our strongest mechanisms for enhancing the United States' soft power and promoting access to information and ideas. That is the logic applied to the film industry by this bill, and it makes no sense. It is the laziest possible way to address concerns about censorship or content alteration in the film industry at best. At worst, it is actively destructive to our own interests. An effort to be anti-China, this bill has somehow become pro-CCP. These are CCP tactics. Forcing U.S. companies out of the Chinese film market only benefits state-sponsored Chinese studios whose propaganda will have a monopoly on the Chinese audience. It will eliminate one of the most powerful mechanisms for illuminating the weakness of the PRC's authoritarian model and showcasing the appeal of openness, democracy, human rights, and freedom of expression. This is not about giving a free pass to film studios to reap large profits without accountability, which I strongly oppose. I believe the ongoing workers' strike highlights the serious progress the industry needs to make in living out its stated values, not just abroad, but at home too. And I hope they can reach a fair agreement soon. But every part of the film industry will be hurt by this bill, including the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of American actors, writers, and production workers in my district. When it comes to addressing censorship concerns, we should be working to help American films reach Chinese audiences on freer and fairer terms, not punishing and shutting down our own industries and disadvantaging our workers. And I have 2 amendments to this bill that I hope my colleagues will support. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this counterproductive bill, and I yield back.
Generally yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? There being no further discussion, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Mr. Sherman is recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk dealing with the title of the bill.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment.
Can you ask him what number?
And what number is this amendment?
I don't see a number on it except at the very bottom. It's 2523. Oh, it's 058 at the top.
050. Clerk shall distribute 058 amendment.
I plan to ultimately withdraw this amendment, but I look forward to presenting it.
Thank you for that. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 1456, offered by Mr. Sherman of California.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Representing so many studios and so many people that work there, I know a little something about the entertainment industry. And representing the San Fernando Valley, which at a time was famous for a different kind of movie, I know something about that from an economic perspective only. And that is why I'm proposing that we retitle this bill the Pornography Protection Act. Why is that? Well, whenever you make a movie that has any nudity in it at all, or any of the scenes that may cause it to get a GP or an R rating or whatever, other countries look at that and they require cuts. China does, 100 other countries do as well. So under this act, if there's a certain amount of nudity, oh, I should point out that there's one country that is totally different. If you want to show an American movie in France, the censors there require you to add nudity. But we're not talking about France here. So you go to China, they say, we'll let you be one of the 40 movies. You can exhibit it, but you have to hide this scene or that scene. Barbie's bikini has to be this, whatever. Under this bill, if you make that edit, you're banned, and your whole studio is banned from getting the drone permits, from getting anything you need from the federal government. But let's say you don't agree, and let's say it's such a popular movie that China allows you to show it without those changes. Now, you'll cover up Barbie a little bit for Egypt and Malaysia, but somehow you force the Chinese to take it. Then it becomes, in a different title, I call it the Mandatory Nudity Exhibition Act, because it requires you to show to Chinese moviegoers the same amount of nudity that you have in the United States, whether or not the Chinese government wants to accept that, whether the Egyptian or Malaysian government requires that. But then there's a third possibility for this title, and I call that the Chinese Birth Rate Decline Amelioration Act, because the birth rate in the United States, I now believe, is higher than that in China. Perhaps that's because of the amount of nudity and other scenes in our movies. And if we can force the Chinese to show Barbie the way we want to see Barbie, maybe that will have an effect. So the effect of this bill is not just to tell the Chinese that, by God, we've got to show what's happening to human rights with the Uyghurs. We've got to show as much of Barbie as we show ourselves. That's a requirement of this bill. It will either lead to the end of all of our movies getting into China, with the economic effect that has, or it will lead to China seeing more than they've seen before. And what effect that has on the Chinese birth rate, I'll leave to demographers. I will now withdraw the amendment. Yeah, wait a
You don't want any further discussion?
I'd like to make a statement on the amendment. I'd love to address the amendment.
Mr. Green is recognized.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bill says the Chinese Communist Party. I doubt very seriously that Egypt is allowing the CCP to regulate its movie industry.
If the gentleman will yield.
This is comical, I get it. But this is about Chinese Communist Party telling Hollywood, you got to move this or change this, and taxpayer dollars are involved with the movie. That's all this is about. And yes, I yield.
I mentioned Egypt just to say that China was not alone in requiring that some of the scenes be covered up a bit. But the amendment is there because of what China would require. Don't think of Egypt. Don't think of Malaysia.
That's
China
the whole point of the
will
amendment.
require, you want to show this movie, you cover up a little bit more. And the response of Hollywood must be no. Take the movie with the same degree of nudity that exists in the United States, or don't take it at all. So we would have a system in the world where Hollywood could adhere to Egyptian standards for Egyptian display, for exhibition of the movie.
I reclaim my time. Mr. Chairman, I
Chinese
reclaim my time.
Gentleman reclaims.
Look, this is nonsensical. The bill is very specifically targeted to movies made, for the Chinese market. It has nothing to do with what's happening in Egypt. It doesn't say any restrictions on other countries where movies are going to deploy. It talks about addressing the CCP's intentions of undermining the United States' global influence. Period. That's it. Has nothing to do with Egypt or Guatemala or those countries that have a little bit of sensitivity to things. And making the argument is just, it's nonsensical, and I yield.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on this amendment? Ms. Kamlover-Dove is recognized.
Well, I just had a question for the author of the amendment. How much of Barbie do you want to see?
I want to see the whole movie in its American, but maybe not its French version. And if I can continue, the bill is designed, first of all, the gentleman who's the author of the bill says that he wants to focus on movies made for the Chinese market. We make no movies for the Chinese market, never have, never will. We make movies where maybe a small percentage of the revenue will come from China. We make movies chiefly for the American market. Now, he doesn't want in the version of the movie that's shown in China, the Chinese Communist Party to take out this or that political content, but he is or is not okay with them taking out this or that degree of nudity. I don't know. But the bill deals both. It deals with a political edit of the movie in the same way as a nudity edit of the movie. And since while a few of our movies are edited for political reasons at the demand of the Chinese Communist Party, virtually all of our movies displayed in China are edited for nudity reasons at the insistence of the Chinese Communist Party. And that's why the appropriate name for the bill would be the Pornography Protection Act, or perhaps the Mandatory Nudity Exhibition Act. I'll yield back to the gentlelady from Los Angeles.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? There being no further discussion on the amendment, I understand the gentleman is prepared to withdraw his amendment.
I withdraw the amendment, and I have another amendment at the desk.
And I look forward to see how many YouTube hits we get from that last discussion. The clerk shall distribute the amendment. What number is this, Mr. Sherman? Number 59?
The effective date is actually 061.
No.
No, which bill?
Number.
I have a number of amendments, and I don't plan to offer them all. I could go to 61.
So this one is not germane.
I will.
You speak on it, but we'll rule it not germane.
I will argue that it is germane. Let's go to 61, and then we can go back to 59.
Okay. Clerk shall distribute the Sherman Amendment number 61.
Raise a point of order that it's not true.
And clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 1456, offered by Mr. Sherman of California. Add at the end of the bill the following.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman reserves a point of order. And without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
This bill does not impose any taxes or tariffs in and of itself. It affects only the effective date of this bill. This bill is within the jurisdiction of this committee. The effective date of this bill should be in the jurisdiction of this committee. This amendment, should it be made in order, and should it attach to the bill, will focus on the real problem here. The real problem is that when China attacks American companies, we roll over, and we've been doing it for 20 years. If you don't want Hollywood to fail to make a movie about Tibet, they made a great one 20 years ago, they should make another one. This bill won't do it. I don't think you can, under this bill, you can blacklist a studio for not making a particular movie. But we need another movie about Tibet, and we need a movie about the Uyghurs. Under the present system, if a studio happened to make a movie about the Uyghurs, not only would that movie not be exhibited in China, none of that studio's movies would ever be exhibited in China. So while this bill focuses on did you change this scene or that scene in a movie, the more important issue is, did you make the movie? We need to compensate American companies who are mistreated by China. That will certainly include any studio that has the guts to make a movie about the Uyghurs or about a host or about Taiwan or a host of other issues China doesn't want a movie made about. This amendment is focused on making the bill fair. Instead of blaming Hollywood for the fact that only 40 movies get in, we should blame the Congress. Because for 20 years, we've given them most favored nation status and ignored their violations. Look at the violations here. They ban all American movies during the best dates. Then they limit us to 40 movies. We don't limit them to 40 tennis shoes or 40 styles of tennis shoes. They limit us to 40 movies. Then they persuade their theater owners to go away from the standard, which is that the maker of the movie gets 40% of the box office, the theater owner gets 60%. That's already pretty generous to theater owners. And instead, the creator of the movie gets only 25% of the box office. These are violations of the WTO by China, and America has done nothing. Why don't we do something? Put a tariff on Chinese goods and compensate the NBA if they get screwed because one of their managers or coaches mentions Taiwan. Collect tariffs on Chinese goods and compensate the studio that gets blacklisted because it makes a movie about China. That would be fair. Instead, what this bill does in the absence of this amendment is it says you're being mistreated by China, your movies are being butchered by China, your movies are being limited by China, so we are going to deny you a cooperation in making your movies. And by the way, it means we won't make another Top Gun, and Annapolis, I think they may get enough applications to Annapolis, but not near as many as they get now. So we cut off the nose of our military recruiters. We cut off the nose of Hollywood. The face we should be going after is the face of President Xi. This amendment focuses on that. When we get tough with China, then our companies can get tough with China. The onus is on the United States Congress. The courage could come from the United States Congress. And if you're not willing to do anything that might interrupt profits at Walmart, you're not going to be able to confront China on any of their economic misdeeds. So with that, I yield back, and I'm prepared to argue that this bill is indeed germane within
Mr.
our
Chairman?
jurisdiction.
Yeah, the gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the
Mr. Chairman.
amendment? Mr. Green is recognized for his point of order.
Well, first, I want to make a point. There's no blacklisting in this. Top Gun would not be made because Paramount chose not to take the Taiwan flag off the jacket. So to suggest that somehow Top Gun wouldn't be made is just a false statement, because they had the guts to stand up to the CCP. Those that don't are the ones this bill is actually addressing. But, Mr. Chairman, the point I want to make is that this amendment is not germane, and I make that as a point of order.
I want to give the author of the amendment an opportunity to respond to the point of order.
Again, we have the right in this committee to decide when our bills become effective. This bill should not become effective until we have a system where Congress has the guts to confront China, where Congress compensates those who are mistreated by China, and then we can demand that our companies stand tough with China. I believe that the amendment is germane and within the jurisdiction of this committee. It does not by itself impose a tax. It simply delays the effective date of this underlying bill, which I think is appropriate for our committee, and I'll leave it to the chair. If I haven't convinced you, I'll go on.
Chair recognizes Mr. Castro. I am prepared to rule on the point of order.
My Republican colleagues correctly call out the Chinese government for attempting to censor American speech in exchange for market access. But we also need to acknowledge that Hollywood is consciously choosing to comply with these demands from China. Hollywood studios and executives are choosing profits over principle, plain and simple. That being said, I can't support this bill as drafted. The language is overly broad and would capture minor changes to remove violence or suggestive content that would also be flagged by Motion Picture Association ratings here in the United States. Additionally, the restrictions this bill would impose appear to be limited to the company that submitted the film to the Chinese government for review. I have concerns that this language is vague and could allow for a legally distinct subsidiary of the producer or studio to submit the film for review, shielding the producer or studio itself from the restrictions under this legislation. As I said when this language came before the committee during the last Congress, we need to work in a bipartisan manner to tackle the broader issue of Chinese censorship across industries. In fact, last Congress, I introduced the Bipartisan China Censorship Monitor Action Group Act along with Senator Jeff Merkley. That bill was enacted as part of the 2022 NDAA. The bill established an interagency task force to monitor and report on efforts by the Chinese government to censor the actions of Americans and American companies. And I'm working with the administration on the implementation of this important legislation. And as we discuss this piece of legislation, I'd be remiss not to mention the strikes that are going on in the media and entertainment industry. As it stands, the Writers Guild of America and Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, are currently on strike. We are in unprecedented times. Writers and actors across the country are facing unique barriers to making a living from streaming content, while Hollywood executives are making more than ever before. In 2021, the CEO of Warner Brothers Discovery made $246 million. That same year, the CEO of Disney made $46 million. Streaming means more income for Hollywood executives. Series budgets have increased while writers' compensation has gone down. As one SAG-AFTRA member put it, quote, "Studios continue to cut wages and health benefits, and then the top 1% takes all the money and then cries foul," unquote. What's happening at the hands of these corporate executives is unacceptable, and the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers needs to come back to the bargaining table to give workers a fair share. With all that said, while I cannot support this bill as drafted for the reasons I stated, I also cannot defend these studios' pursuit of profit in China while they refuse to pay their workers fairly here in the United States. I look forward to working with my colleagues to address the issue of censorship and build on this committee's bipartisan record. And with that, Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? There being no further discussion on the amendment, I'm prepared to rule on the point of order. Because it would insert a new committee of jurisdiction, it fails the committee jurisdiction germaneness test, and therefore the amendment is not in order. Are there any further amendments to the bill?
I have an amendment at the desk, number 59.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment number 59. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 1456, offered by Mr. Sherman of California. Page 6, after line 16, insert the following.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
First, let me respond to the bill's owner as he points out that Paramount showed courage. It did. I'd hate to think that we'd want to give away all the jobs at every company that doesn't have courage, and some do and some don't. But under the drafting of this bill, it is a purely subjective matter in the mind of the Secretary of State, because if the Secretary of State says, in anticipation of China, thinking of China in the back of your mind, you did this or that or failed to do this or that, then you're blacklisted from any cooperation on any of your films for 10 years. So this allows the Secretary of State to accuse any studio that Secretary of State doesn't like of insufficient courage and mutilate that studio's business. Now that's to put that amount of power in the hands of a Secretary of State, where you have to prove that China wasn't in the back of your mind when you made any decision, is a power that I wouldn't want to see in any executive branch officer. Now shifting to the amendment. The U.S. film industry contributes $68.9 billion to the U.S. economy. We're talking about 120,000 businesses, 92% of which are small businesses. 149,000 Americans rely on this industry for a job. This amendment is designed to wreak, well, I don't know if it's designed, would have the effect of wreaking havoc. Any studio the Secretary of State didn't like, all the Secretary has to do is say, oh, I don't think you showed sufficient courage. I think you would have done something else, but you were worried about China, and your studio can't make movies. That's a hell of a sword of Damocles to have over the head of a business that is so critical to the economy and the fun of the United States. And that is why this amendment says that that it can be suspended if there's a belief that we're going to lose jobs. We've got 122,000 businesses, 149,000 jobs at stake here. And clearly, in our relationship with China, we should be ready to deal with the importers. We should have the courage to say we're going to impose tariffs on goods coming in from China until they treat our companies fairly and until that results in a change in the balance of payments. But we as a Congress show cowardice. We're not willing to do that. Instead, we go after the studios and say, we're going to put you out of business if, in the sole opinion of the Secretary of State, you failed to do something because in the back of your mind you thought about China. And there's no way to prove what was in your mind, so you cannot prevail in any lawsuit. So this amendment, I think, takes the right approach and focuses on American jobs. I don't think we can exclude American jobs from the decision-making process. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Green is recognized.
It's odd that we're concerned about this because I think in the previous amendment, the author of this amendment said that only a small portion of the movie's revenue comes from the Chinese market anyway. But look, the DOD under President Biden chose not to place this exception in their restrictions. And what does that really mean? That means that so the DOD military personnel aren't going to go and assist maybe with an aircraft or the use of an F-14 or the use of a Black Hawk helicopter, which means the studio would then have to go into the marketplace and find a place to do that, to replace it, to continue to make the bill or the movie. Meaning that would create more jobs because the free stuff from the government isn't happening. So the whole argument is moot. All this bill does is say you can't use taxpayer stuff to make the movie. So the whole point of this amendment is ass backwards. Sorry for the French. I mean, we talked about them already once. So, also, you have to ask yourself, do we trade security for jobs? I mean, so go back, let's say for a second that the assumption made by the author of this amendment is correct, and maybe somehow there might be a job or two lost. Do we trade that for our security in the competition between us and China? I don't think so, and clearly DOD doesn't think so. This amendment basically says it's okay to empower the propaganda of a country undermining the United States as long as it creates a few jobs. This doesn't say the movie can't be made. The bill, the taxpayer support is what we're talking about. And if the taxpayer support is withdrawn, which the movies get for free, basically, then that just means the theater has to go out and get it on the market, which creates jobs. So I don't understand it, but I oppose this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? There being no further discussion, question now occurs on the amendment.
I don't know if
Mr. Sherman's recognized.
Thank you. I just want to point out, it's not about the movie being made. It's about the studio being blacklisted for 10 years. Second, it doesn't just say that you can't provide freebies to the movie. It says you can't contract. You can't allow them in the park. You can't provide a drone permit. So this bill is way broader than any current policy of any agency. It's designed to not just affect whether something free is given to the creation of one movie. It's designed to deny ordinary permits to every movie of a studio for a decade. And with that kind of nuclear option, I think we at least need this amendment. We probably need to defeat the bill.
There be no further discussion. Question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Sherman, number 59. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Ms. Manning is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And the clerk shall distribute the amendment.
Number 26.
Ms. Manning, number 26.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a straight...
The gentlelady would pause. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 1456, offered by Ms. Manning of North Carolina. At the end of the bill, the following.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a straightforward amendment that I am offering to H.R. 1456, the legislation offered by my colleague, Representative Mark Green. My amendment would help make sure that studio film productions that contain important messages about democracy, human rights, support for Taiwan, would all still be eligible for U.S. government technical support or assistance. Mr. Chairman, the government of the PRC views democracy as a threat. It tramples the rights of Uyghurs and other religious minorities, and it attempts to undermine Taiwan's democracy and threaten its safety and stability at every turn. To effectively compete with and push back against China, we need to bring all elements of U.S. national power to bear, including the considerable soft power of American movies and popular culture, to help us win hearts and minds in the region. Make no mistake, It would be incredibly counterproductive and harmful to our interests if we were to sharply limit American film production and distribution. That is why my amendment would specifically preserve U.S. government assistance for any film that displays the benefits of democracy, highlights the PRC's repression of Uyghurs and other ethnic and religious minorities, or that emphasizes Taiwan's right to exist as a democracy. Mr. Chairman, colleagues on both sides can agree that films containing these important messages should be accessible to the Chinese market, and that is absolutely in our interest to support films and filmmakers that explore these topics. I continue to believe that if we are going to effectively compete with China, we need to better harness rather than restrict American creativity and cultural influence, which are important sources of our competitive advantage. That is why I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, and we say the chair supports this amendment. And is there any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Green is recognized.
Thank you, sir. I want to thank the gentlelady for this amendment. I think this amendment adds to the bill, and I appreciate her bringing this forward. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? Without objection, there being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Manning, number 26. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Does any other member wish to offer an amendment? Ms. Kamlager-Dove is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's an amendment at the desk. Oh, number 45.
Amendment number 25. Clerk shall distribute the amendment. 45. And the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 1456, offered by Ms. Kamlager-Dove of California. Page 1, after line 6.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment demonstrates the immense value American film and TV contributes to our international influence and strategic competition with the PRC, the soft power of our ideas and the economic growth it generates, which is exactly what we would be losing if this counterproductive policy passes. As someone who represents the art and entertainment capital of the country, it is incredibly concerning that we would go after our own industries and workers just to seem tough on China. But this bill also reflects the broader direction counter-China policy has taken under this majority, which has been a fundamental questioning of the value of our openness and repeated challenges to freedom of speech and expression and the free flow of information and ideas. When we start viewing our strengths as weaknesses because they don't look like our competitors, we start to become the very thing we are working to oppose. My amendment seeks to reaffirm that the openness, innovation, and cultural exchange promoted by film and television are things to be supported, not destroyed. And I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Green is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, a point of order. This bill doesn't stop any film from being made. It just stops the bill that is being amended with this amendment. It just stops taxpayer support. That's all. So it's not stopping any messaging. It's not silencing any messaging. It's just stopping the use of taxpayer dollars to assist China in its propaganda. Again, something that the Democrat-led administration has chosen to do with the Department of Defense on its own initiative. This amendment specifically, though, in section, on lines 7 through 10, basically, I'm just going to read it. The United States benefits from the cultural knowledge, dispersion, and soft power advancement of having United States-produced films shown in China. How does it benefit the United States if we're advancing CCP propaganda? That's what we're talking about. This bill only focuses on CCP propaganda edits. That's it. So if we're saying that we're going to benefit somehow by advancing CCP propaganda, that makes no sense to me. And then in the lines 11 through 14, the United States economy benefits from having one of the 2 largest box office markets in the world as a source of revenue. If it makes money, it doesn't matter that if we're advancing China's propaganda? I mean, that's basically what the amendment does, is it would change the bill that it says, look, if it makes money in China, then, you know, we should let the Chinese propaganda go through. So I oppose the amendment because it basically undoes the whole point of the bill. And that may be the intent of the author of the amendment, but that isn't what I think is good policy. It's not what Secretary Austin and President Biden clearly must think is good policy, because that's what they chose to do without Congress doing anything from the Department of Defense. So I do not support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Any member seek further recognition? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you. I support this amendment. The film industry, as indicated by the gentle lady, is essential for American, and I repeat, it's essential for American soft power, and one of our most important and powerful methods of transmitting our values all over the world. And to me, it's interesting that the Chinese people, no matter what the Chinese government says or no, they're still interested in seeing American pictures. They want to see. And at any time you showing those films are there, it enhances our soft power, because inevitably it shows who we are and what our strength is. Important. That's what soft power is about. They can't wipe us out. They can't take away of who we are and what our values are. And showing any American film there always indicates who or what our values are. So I support the gentle lady's amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Castro is recognized.
I know we've been talking about censorship and what governments do to control the cultural display in a certain place and how they might use public financing for that. The Texas government does something similar. In Texas, in their film incentive program, they won't provide funding for any film that is critical of Texas, that says something bad about Texas. So you have a very right-wing, extreme conservative government that won't fund anything that's even lightly critical of the state of Texas. You know, that sounds kind of, you know, a version of what China is doing in trying to craft the product for their market. I guess I'm also, and this is a serious policy question or issue, as I was reading this amendment with respect to the bill, I guess I'm confused as to why Ted Cruz got language that deals with this topic into last year's NDAA under Section 1257. So I'm trying to understand why the language isn't just copied over from that amendment and put onto this bill. And I thought also that the author had gotten language into this year's NDAA on something similar, and trying to understand, I guess not, but why you wouldn't just copy Cruz's language and put it in here?
This is DOD.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? I would just, in response to Mr. Castro's comments, my understanding is that the amendment to the NDAA dealt just solely with the Department of Defense, not Department of State. This is, I understand the author of this bill, Mr. Green, this bill focuses on the Department of State.
That's correct. This deals with state, which comes through this jurisdiction. The amendment is riding on the NDA, which hasn't passed yet. So, but it did go through this year in the NDAA. Yep.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Kamlager-Dove.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond. You know, film industries, the film companies would pull out of the Chinese market rather than lose access to federal assets. And this bill would effectively choke off all federal government assistance of filmmakers if they've previously distributed a film in China. I also find it odd that this committee rails on the Secretary of State when they're invited to this committee, and yet we want to give them final edit on U.S. films, and that is what this would do. We have to be a little more consistent, and with that, I yield back.
Would the gentlelady yield for a second?
Ranking members recognized.
Yes.
From my understanding of the bill, the prohibition is not just to the State Department or Defense Department, it's to the entire federal government. And if I'm correct, that is also the reason why this bill was referred to another committee, because it is indeed covers the entire federal government and not just one department.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? I think he wants to respond. So we'll give him a chance. Yeah. Okay. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Ms. Comlager-Dove, number 45. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any?
Did the gentlelady request a recorded vote?
The roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Ms. Comlager-Dove is recognized on her amendment number
46.
46. Clerk shall distribute the amendment.
It's movie day in foreign affairs.
Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 1456, offered by Ms. Comlager-Dove of California. Add at the end of the bill the following. This act shall cease.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment highlights the highly questionable authorities this bill gives the federal government in dictating private entities' ability to exercise freedom of expression, speech, and creative decisions. It was the ranking member's last question, I think, was a great segue into this amendment. I find it confusing that we hear so much rhetoric from the majority claiming there is an ongoing weaponization of the federal government to silence certain viewpoints and enforce certain value systems. Yet this bill is itself an example of weaponizing government power for those very purposes. My amendment states that if this legislation is indeed found to illegally weaponize federal authority, that is to be unconstitutional, that it should simply cease to take force. None of my colleagues who believe in the importance of constitutionality and abiding by our constitutional values should or would oppose this amendment. I encourage the committee to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Green is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, critical point, because it keeps being mentioned the other way around, but this is stopping Communist Party censorship, not U.S. censorship. But anyway, and this amendment is really about non-severability or inseverability. I've been in Congress now about 5 years. I think this is the first time I've ever seen where we've said, if one aspect is unconstitutional, we're going to strike the entire bill. And maybe I missed it in one or two before, but this is the first time I've ever seen it. And so I disagree with that, that whole concept. If the court deems only a small part unconstitutional, why strike the whole bill? If they've, by that decision, said, no, just this part is unconstitutional, that must mean the rest is constitutional, and why would we take that out? This is simply a poison pill, and it's probably coming from the studios that want to continue to let the CCP, tell them what to do, so that they can get access to taxpayer funding to make their profit, based on whatever China wants to say, in order to make that profit. So I oppose this amendment, and again, it doesn't seem to make sense to me if the courts say this part's unconstitutional, the other is, why you'd strike the other part too, but perhaps that's why I've never seen an amendment like this. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
I support this amendment from Representative Comlager-Dove. this is not a 200-page bill. If a short, compact piece of legislation like this one has provisions in it struck down by the courts as an unconstitutional violation of the First Amendment rights, then the whole law should fail. It just seems to me that makes sense. So I strongly support this. And let me just also, because I'm just trying to get the rationale of us not wanting to get, films into China. From what I understand, the top grossing American film in Chinese history is The Avengers. The top hero in the film is Captain America, who's dressed up in an American patriotic colors with his American shield. And it was an American capitalist who sacrificed his own life to protect all. That was the top grossing American movie in China. Why would we want to stop that? That's our soft power. That's putting who we are. The Chinese want to see that. We want them. We should want them to
Would
see
the gentleman
that.
yield? For a question, quick question. Did the Chinese communists ask for anything to be taken out of that movie?
I don't know.
Okay,
That's not
well,
the point.
that's what we're talking about. See, we're talking about
But-
stopping movies where they ask us not to.
My point is, then I think, even the reverse. Now, Americans don't look at many Chinese movies because they're not good. They didn't come over, they're not the top grossing movies. So they might try to say, we ain't gonna watch them. So I would assume that this doesn't happen on the other side in that regard. So with that, I support the gentlelady's amendment, though, and I yield back.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Let me say I oppose this amendment. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Kamlager Dove, number 46. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Further proceedings on this bill are postponed. I want to thank Ms. Kamlager Dove for saying nice things about the chairman in Politico today with respect to my Peace Through Music Diplomacy Act. And how's that for soft power? Okay. Yeah, she wanted to know if I listen to rap. My children listen to plenty of rap music, so I have heard it. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 4725, the AUKUS Oversight and Accountability Act. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 4725, to conduct oversight and accountability of the State Department's implementation of AUKUS and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading, the bill is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment. In a point, I now recognize myself for an opening statement. If we're to maintain the global balance of power to ensure peace and prosperity, it's critical we must work with our closest allies to provide deterrence necessary to prevent additional aggression and a conflict with the CCP. In February, this committee came together and advanced H.R. 1093, a bill that requires state to review its regulations and address how its regulations hinder advancing AUKUS. It passed the House in March with an overwhelmingly bipartisan vote of 393 to 4. Then in April, I hosted a classified roundtable with the UK Secretary of Defense, Ben Wallace, and the Australian ambassador and former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd. We heard about multiple instances of delays impacting security operations caused by long lag times in obtaining ITAR licenses. These ITAR-related challenges were reinforced during our U.S. industry roundtable. These representatives highlighted the opportunities in development of advanced technologies and addressed domestic capacity presented under Pillar 2 of AUKUS. They emphasized the urgency of providing industry relief from U.S. government red tape that stifles innovation and wastes money. Finally, in May, we heard from State Department that it was still working towards an exemption for the UK and Australia. State shared its interim solution, but that solution turned out to be an ineffective ITAR regulation modification from 2019. For too long, State has remained silent in addressing how it would contribute to AUKUS's success. So my bill addresses these failures and ensures the State Department will have the structure in place to think seriously and act expeditiously on AUKUS and ITAR modernization. It also requires State to regularly report to Congress on these issues, where we will hold them accountable if they fail to best implement AUKUS. We are facing a generational threat in the Indo-Pacific. The UK and Australia stand ready to support us in the face of China's aggression. With more submarines on the water and working together on the most advanced weapons, such as hypersonics, a strong and fully implemented AUKUS will provide the necessary deterrence to Chairman Xi. So we must not let the red tape delay this critical partnership any further, and I ask my colleagues to support this bill. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Meeks, ranking member is recognized.
Again, thank you, Chairman. I appreciate the intent and the goals of much of this bill as written, and I appreciate the Chairman's effort to lend greater visibility and coordination over AUKUS efforts by the Department of State via a senior administrator and senior advisor and establishment of the new AUKUS task force. Second, though the administration has been forthcoming and helpful in sharing its progress on AUKUS and its goals, I also appreciate portions of this bill's reporting requirements that would provide Congress with greater visibility on certain details related in its implementation. However, although this bill is ostensibly and almost entirely about AUKUS, there's a provision within Section 3 which has nothing to do with AUKUS, and it would continue to chip away at the State Department's authorities and discretion to properly evaluate and assess the potential for countries to receive license-free defense articles and services. This provision is not scoped or focused on AUKUS partners at all, but drafted in a way so as to discreetly offer back-to-back ITAR exemptions on a global basis and remove necessary licensing requirements. This leaves space for future administrations to apply such licensing exemptions in a political manner and depart from the long-standing statutory requirements designed to protect sensitive defense technologies. More specifically, if passed, this provision would provide a pathway for such ITAR and licensing exemptions worldwide for any country or countries with which the United States may have any other variety of deep concerns, including but not limited to a track record of reverse engineering of U.S. military technology, which is not a concern that we have at all. We do not have that concern with Australia and the UK, which is why I support exemptions to those countries based on the standards and areas previously described during this debate. So it's for these reasons I have concerns with this bill as written, and I know that the State Department shares my concern. In multiple rounds of negotiations with the majority, I offered to support the bill and focus the exemptions proposed on Australia and the UK, since this is an AUKUS bill, provided a comparability standard was included in the same way I proposed with the previous two bills. Simply put, I've been consistent in my position. Unfortunately, this was rejected and was another alternative to, as was another alternative to focus this text solely on AUKUS oversight. We tried to just say, let's just focus on AUKUS. That's it, oversight and reporting, and remove this unrelated global exemption pathway. Had those changes been made to the bill, and this backdoor global defense license and exemption pathway had been modified or eliminated, I would have been happy to support this bill. But unfortunately, the text remains as it is before you today. So I must oppose the bill for for those reasons. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? I would like to say that in response to the ranking member's concern on Section 3, that I do have an amendment in the nature of a substitute to strike a provision that created a pathway for other foreign allies to obtain an exemption. Also, this ANS will focus on ensuring that Australia and the UK have guardrails for a full exemption, which addresses what concerns that I believe you had placed in this bill. I don't know if that changes your position entirely, but I am prepared to offer that amendment in the nature of a substitute, barring any further discussion. And there being no further discussion, the committee will move to consideration of the amendments. I do have an amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 80 at the desk, and I ask for its consideration at this time. The clerk shall distribute the amendment. And the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4725, offered by Mr. McCall of Texas. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert.
No objection for the reading. The amendment's dispensed with, and I recognize myself for a statement on the amendment. As I've stated previously, this amendment would strike the language regarding other foreign entities from obtaining this exemption. It also places guardrails on the United States, on the UK and Australia for technology that we would be sending. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time. Any further discussion on the amendment? Do any members seek recognition? Mr. Meeks.
Yes. We're working, I'm trying to make sure right now I'm having our staff talk, given the information that you just stated, to see if in fact we reach an agreement with that. There's one, if you give us 1 second.
I'm going to recess. All right, let's, the committee will stand in recess for 5 minutes. The ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Given the statements that you've indicated, I think we have an agreement, and I now will support this amendment.
That's excellent news. This is how Washington should work, you know. And there being no further discussion, are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by myself. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the amendment is agreed to. Do any other members seek recognition? There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 4725 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to. A recorded vote, roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote and further proceedings on the bill will be postponed.
Let's clear this all out.
All right.
Mr. Barron.
Okay. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 1776, the End Tuberculosis Now Act of 2023. The bill was circulated in advance. Clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 1776, to prevent, treat, and cure tuberculosis globally. Be
Without
it-
objection, first reading, the bill is dispensed with, and the bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. I recognize myself for it. I do not. Is there any discussion on the bill? Mr. Barra is recognized, the author.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak in support of my bill, H.R. 1776, a very patriotic number, the End Tuberculosis Now Act. I'd like to also thank my co-lead and co-chair of the Tuberculosis Elimination Caucus, Representative Maria Salazar, for her partnership on this important issue. Last Congress, this committee unanimously passed the NTB Now Act, and I hope we can see the same bipartisan support today and finally get this important legislation to the President's desk. Tuberculosis is largely preventable, treatable, and curable, yet before the COVID-19 pandemic, it was the world's biggest infectious disease killer. TB tragically claims more lives than HIV, AIDS, and malaria combined every year. In 2021, an estimated 10.6 million people fell sick and 1.6 million people needlessly lost their lives in this curable disease. Drug-resistant tuberculosis is also the leading cause of death from antimicrobial resistance globally, including multi-drug resistant and extremely drug-resistant TB, which are significantly more expensive to treat with higher rates of treatment failure. Since 2000, USAID and its partners have saved more than 74 million lives globally. So we can do this if we focus on it. That's why I'm proud to be the lead co-sponsor or lead sponsor of the End Tuberculosis Now Act with my colleague, Representative Maria Salazar. The bill directs the USAID to align U.S. TB control efforts with goals established by the international community. These include reducing TB deaths by 95%, reducing TB incident rates by 90%, and reducing the numbers of families facing catastrophic health costs due to TB by 100% by 2035. The bill will make USAID's global TB programs more effective by catalyzing support for research and development of new tools to prevent, diagnose, treat, and control TB, and by strengthening bilateral coordination with global organizations, including the Stop TB Partnership and the Global Fund. This legislation also requires reporting, evaluating the performance and impact of TB response activities, including efforts to integrate TB control into health systems, strengthening efforts. Many believe TB is a disease of the past, but it is still a critical public health threat due to insufficient resources to properly identify and treat the disease and develop new, more effective tools to fight TB. The End Tuberculosis Now Act strengthens U.S. leadership with our global partners in our comprehensive and coordinated fight to end TB worldwide. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and together we can eradicate this deadly disease. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and now I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Tuberculosis is the second leading infectious disease killer in the world after COVID-19 and disproportionately affects impoverished and marginalized communities. And while TB is often thought of as a disease of the past, it unfortunately remains a major global health threat with the resources and attention diverted to fight the pandemic. TB infections and deaths are again on the rise after a decade of decline. Last year, we saw 1.6 million deaths and 10.5 million people contracting this largely preventable and curable disease. So I applaud our colleagues that worked on this bicameral, bipartisan legislation, which directs USAID to set bold targets to reach and treat the most vulnerable populations, strengthen coordination with global organizations, and catalyzes research and development, especially for drug-resistant strains of TB worldwide. So again, I want to thank Representative Barra and Representative Salazar for their work to reintroduce H.R. 1776, along with nearly 50 co-sponsors in the House that they have gathered in support of this vital bill, and call on all members of this committee to join me in voting for this very important work. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? There being no further discussion, are there any amendments? There being no amendments, let me say that I support this measure. Tuberculosis is a preventable and curable disease, and there's no reason that people should be dying as a result of it. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 1776 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 4517, the Ensuring Voluntary Actions Are Compensated Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 4517, to require the Secretary of State to submit a plan for reimbursement of personal funds expended to evacuate American citizens, American lawful permanent residents, and Afghan allies from Afghanistan, and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. First, I'd like to thank my colleague, Congressman Davidson, for introducing this important bill. In the spring of 2021, against the advice of his top generals in the intelligence community, President Biden announced that he would unconditionally withdraw all American troops from Afghanistan, a decision I opposed. While the Biden administration said it had planned for every contingency, nothing could be further from the truth. During the fall of Kabul, President Biden said, quote, "There's going to be no circumstance where you see people being lifted off the roof of an embassy from Afghanistan," end quote. Sadly, that is exactly what happened. And on August 19th, with Americans and our Afghan partners behind enemy lines, President Biden then promised, quote, "If there's American citizens left, we're going to stay and get them all out," end of quote. He did not fulfill that promise either. Due to the administration's failure, many Americans saw the chaos of the withdrawal and felt a moral obligation to intervene. From civilians to veterans to relief groups, thousands of Americans started to take action to bring those home who were left behind. This was an immense undertaking, and all those involved utilized any resources they could for their efforts to be successful. They spent significant personal funds to save Afghan allies, legal permanent residents, and American citizens who were being abandoned in Afghanistan. Many cashed out their 401ks, tapped into their children's college funds, and spent their life savings. Simply put, they did what the federal government could not do. This bill requires state to create a plan to pay back these Americans who took on the job of the State Department by evacuating allies, LPRs, and American citizens. It's not only the right thing to reimburse these people for their selfless sacrifices, it's a patriotic thing to do, and I want to thank the gentleman from Ohio for bringing this well-thought-out bill, and I fully support it. And is there any further discussion on the bill?
I'm going to reserve my moment for
Mr. Davidson is recognized.
I thank the chairman for bringing this bill forward to markup. I thank colleagues from across the political spectrum who've helped improve this language, even as we work towards an amendment in the nature of a substitute shortly. But the chairman said it well. You know, America had a moral obligation in Afghanistan, and thankfully it was met. Now, it wasn't met the way it should have been met. You know, we should have not taken the military out before we took the civilians out. We should have always guaranteed that we get all the Americans out, and frankly, the Afghans who risked their lives and their own families' lives to help us. And while that wasn't done perfectly, it was done better than it would have otherwise been done, because American citizens put their money and their own lives at risk to get fellow Americans and Afghan allies who truly risked everything to help us out. Now, we need not relitigate what happened or why it happened or anything else, but what we have an opportunity to do with this bill is to come together and say, we want to make these people whole, who drained their savings And fundamentally, they've already paid their taxes. The tax dollars should have covered this responsibility. This is just a chance to make that right for the individuals. There doesn't need to be a lot of fanfare about it. I think a lot of people would rather keep it that way. But I'm just glad my colleagues are coming together to move this legislation. I think it really sends the right message to do that. And I will read from this letter in a few moments. But, Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to submit for the record a letter of support for this bill signed by 11 organizations that provided life-saving aid in Afghanistan. I thank them for their work during this withdrawal. It saved numerous lives, and it really sets a great example for others to take the burdens that our country needs to bear upon themselves, even when sometimes the country falls short. I think it's important that we do this, and they do as well. I ask unanimous consent to submit this record to the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? There being no further discussion on the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Meeks is recognized for purposes of his amendment.
No, first we need to recognize Mr. Davidson first.
Oh, that's right. Davidson.
Yeah.
Mr. Davidson, I believe you have an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment in the nature of substitute and would ask
And we will
adopt the
recognize
amendment
that.
in the nature of substitute.
Clerk shall distribute amendment Davidson number 74. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4517,
Tell me.
offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. This act may be cited, the ensuring voluntary.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Again, I thank the chairman, and I really just want to thank these our fellow Americans who really stepped up and helped save lives there in Afghanistan. I just want to read from the letter that we just submitted to the record because I think it's stated well. One of the enduring, let me just read it. One of the enduring legacies of Operation Allies Refuge and Operation Allies Welcome is the roles played by veterans, civilians, and military service members operating of their own accord in providing life-saving direct aid to Afghan allies and their fellow Americans. These actions were born out of a sense of duty, moral obligation, and compassion towards thousands of Afghans who shouldered an immense burden on behalf of the interests of the United States. It is important to note, however, that these burdens taken up by this narrow assortment of Americans did not end when the final C-17 lifted off of Hamid Karzai International Airport. When the situation for Afghan allies was the bleakest in the winter of 2022, it was American civilians and veterans who led the charge and continued to provide food, shelter, immigration assistance. These selfless actions came at immense cost, as most of those who provided aid did so from their personal finances. And that's what this bill does, is it rectifies that, and it makes people whole, frankly, who never thought that it would happen. They came here to tell their story when we finally had an oversight hearing in this Congress about the withdrawal. And we heard from people, one who lost limbs and nearly lost his life in a bomb detonation there, but we also heard people who were providing this kind of aid there, people that drained their savings, and they came here to tell their story. They didn't come here to get a bill like this passed. No one asked me to move the bill. Just in hearing their testimony, I thought this might be something that could really make a difference. I hope we can get it across the finish line. I hope we can continue to work with the State Department, the Department of Defense, and others to be able to get this dialed in the right way so we can establish a cost and we can finish our work here in Congress to get these people made whole. I encourage all our colleagues to support it, and I just appreciate the collaboration that has brought us to this point. I hope we can run through the tape and deliver for them, because they delivered not only for us, but for so many others. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Let me say I support this amendment, and I know our veterans do as well. Do any other members seek recognition? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, the individuals who donated their time and their resources to support the evacuation of Afghan allies represent the very best of America. We have a proud tradition of generosity, an impulse to help when we see a crisis, and decades of sacrifice and shared mission binding us with our Afghan allies. I understand that many Americans went to great lengths and incurred significant costs in support of the evacuation of vulnerable Afghans fleeing an uncertain future after the Ghani government fled and the Taliban took control. I believe it could be a worthwhile exercise for the Department of State and the Department of Defense to examine whether it is feasible to reimburse individuals who contributed their personal funds to the critical evacuation effort. And as a result, I intend to support this legislation. And I appreciate the efforts of the majority staff and Mr. Davison to work with my team to improve the bill via an A&S. We should remain clear-eyed about the fundamental issue. When I talk to many of the groups and individuals involved in this issue and ask how can I help, you know, they're so focused and dedicated, they don't even ask me about being paid back for their charitable donations. Quite frankly, they don't even expect to be paid back. What they do expect is that Congress will do more to clearly define the status of the Afghans who are already here so that they can build their lives with certainty. And many members on both sides of the aisle offered amendments to do just that when we were debating the NDAA a few weeks ago. And I'm just disappointed they were not made in order. There are too many people who are being left in limbo by our immigration and refugee system. Not only Afghan allies whose status should be made permanent, but also dreamers and asylum seekers fleeing violence and uncertainty in our own hemisphere. As we move forward with this legislation before us today, I hope we will also recognize that there is much more work still to be done to keep the faith with our Afghan allies and those thousands of Americans who donated generously to help Afghan evacuees. And that welcoming immigrants and refugees is just as much a part of our nation's highest traditions as the generosity we seek to honor with this bill. It's the right thing to do. Congress must work in a bipartisan way to get it done. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the amendments? Mr. Stanton is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Americans owe gratitude to the many people who evacuated U.S. citizens and Afghan allies during the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan, especially our military, federal employees, NGOs, and private citizens. The throngs of people, Americans, allies, made the final evacuation from Afghanistan a group effort. It required all hands on deck, and Americans responded generously, donating private planes, money, organizational skills, homes, and time to get people out of Afghanistan. This bill, with the amendment, directs the State Department to create a feasibility study on repaying those generous volunteers. There are people in my district who helped with the evacuation and resettlement of Afghan allies. In fact, 64 young Afghan women were able to transfer their studies from Afghanistan to Arizona State University due to the coordinated effort of professors, individual donors, and private company sponsorship that got them to safety. Meanwhile, my office worked alongside others to evacuate a different set of women from Afghanistan. These women, who served in the Afghan National Army's Female Tactical Platoon, are called FTPs. They were combat soldiers who were recruited, rigorously vetted, and trained by elite U.S. strike forces. These courageous women risked their lives by going where male soldiers couldn't in a majority Muslim country, searching and questioning women and children in pursuit of Taliban targets. The platoon conducted 2,000 missions, including high-risk and highly classified missions alongside Green Berets, Navy SEALs, and Army Rangers. Their work to support our mission and their gender makes them and their families a top target for the Taliban.
So again, I am grateful for the work our volunteers put in to get our citizens and allies to safety, and I want to see how we can best repay them. But I can also tell you what our volunteers really want. What they have repeatedly asked for is for Congress to pass the Afghan Adjustment Act. This act would establish a pathway to permanent status for our Afghan allies. These are people who risk their lives and the lives of their families to serve alongside the U.S. mission. Many are now here in the United States contributing their talents to American society without any guarantee that they will be allowed to stay. And I know many of my colleagues are deeply frustrated by how uncertain their futures still are, and I know Americans who helped resettle them are too. So I support this bill, but I also think there are better, more urgent ways to repay our generous volunteers and do right by our Afghan allies, and I urge my colleagues to consider and pass the Afghan Adjustment Act. I yield back.
Joan yields back. Any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Representative Davidson, number 74. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I move that the committee report H.R. 4517 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote and further proceedings on the bill will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 4741, the Securing Global Telecommunications Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 4741, to require the development of a strategy to promote the use of secure telecommunications infrastructure.
Without objection, first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill? Whose bill is this? Ms. Manning is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud to speak in support of H.R. 4741, Securing Global Telecommunications Act, a bipartisan bill I introduced and which passed the House last Congress to help combat China's attempts to dominate the next generation of critical technology. I'd like to thank my friend, Congresswoman Young Kim of California, for co-leading this important bill with me, and Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Meeks for considering our bill in today's markup. Mr. Chairman, many of the products we use every day are connected to telecommunications networks, and they rely on a nearly invisible set of internationally agreed upon standards. Our strategic competitors, Russia and China, want to gain an unfair advantage over these critical areas. They are determined to set the rules of the road for the next generation of critical technologies like 5G and AI. And they are relentless in their efforts to provide their own companies like Huawei and ZTE with an unfair advantage while shutting out all competitors. But this effort is not just about helping their businesses win. This is about controlling a key strategic domain, which poses serious risks and consequences for the U.S. and for global security. That is because the PRC has demonstrated its willingness to abuse technology to steal data, conduct surveillance, and invade privacy, all to further their geopolitical agenda and bolster their model of a closed authoritarian system of governance. The United States and our allies must work together to counter this threat. We need to develop and deploy more secure and better trusted tech and telecommunications infrastructure. This bipartisan bill would help do just that. First, the bill would require a comprehensive strategy for securing global telecommunications infrastructure worldwide, incorporating mobile networks, data centers, and emerging technologies like LEO satellites and 6G. We can't afford to be complacent about this challenge. Having a cohesive strategy is an important part. Second, The bill will help crack down on Russia's and China's malign influence at the International Telecommunication Union, or ITU, a little-known but incredibly important UN organization that could determine the standards behind the future of the digital world. It is vital that America and allied countries are in the room, at the table, and leading the charge to set the next generation technology standards. That is one reason why it is so important that America's own candidate, Doreen Bogdan-Martin, was elected last year to serve as Secretary General of the ITU. Finally, the bill would encourage the U.S. to work closely with our allies and partners to promote and finance secure networks and trusted vendors without having to rely on Chinese state-owned companies that threaten our security. Mr. Chairman, our adversaries hope and believe they can achieve undue influence and dominance over international telecom infrastructure and technology standards. This bill would help stop them while preserving American leadership and keeping our companies competitive. Once again, I thank the chairman and ranking member for their leadership, and I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion? You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to strongly support Representative Manning's legislation, the Securing Global Telecommunication Act. For too long, the United States has sat idly by while China and other malign actors around the globe invest heavily in promoting their telecommunications hardware makers. The PRC government subsidizes their companies on the front end so that those companies can research and invest in new technologies with government support. Sometimes the PRC government assists in intellectual property theft, and Huawei has been charged with decades-long campaign to steal American technology and has been convicted in civil cases of stealing from American mobile providers. While all of this helps to create a competitive product, the PRC government provides attractive and sometimes deceptive financing to encourage nations around the globe to use Huawei as a key equipment provider for the telecommunications networks. This cradle-to-grave support that is sometimes above board and sometimes not has led Huawei and its Chinese rival ZTE to become two of the 4 largest telecoms equipment providers in the world, with dominant market shares in many parts of the developing world. It is past time that the United States develop a strategy to combat these companies and develop a plan to lead on next-generation telecom technologies. Representative Manning's bill sets us on that path, and I strongly support it and urge my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, there being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 4741 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by saying no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 4691, Iran Sanctions Relief Review Act of 2023. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 4691, a bill to provide for a congressional review.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize myself for a statement. My bill, the Iran Sanctions Relief Review Act of 2023, both clarifies and strengthens Congress's role in approving any agreement, written and or unwritten, that relieves sanctions on Iran. This administration has restarted indirect negotiations with Iran to relieve sanctions and unfreeze assets. I am very concerned that this administration intends to bypass Congress completely. The Iranian regime is our adversary, It sponsors terrorism across the Middle East and sells drones to Russia. It makes no secret of its hatred for America and our ally Israel. And it wants a nuclear weapon. It is extremely misguided to pursue a deal with Iran, especially a deal that relieves human rights sanctions on a regime that brutally oppresses its own people. My bill would require the President to report to Congress any proposed action to relieve sanctions on Iran. It would then establish a review period in which Congress, after conducting appropriate hearings and oversight, could vote to approve or disapprove of the action. This is modeled after the Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act of 2027, known as CATSA, which strengthened Congress's role in approving sanctions relief on another adversary and human rights abuser, Russia. That bill passed with bipartisan support. Congress must conduct oversight of the executive branch. It must not relinquish its foreign policy powers to any president. This bill reaffirms Congress's important role in deciding if and when to relieve sanctions. I thank the chairman for his indulgence on my timing and his staff for their work on this important issue and urge my colleagues to support this bill. Is there any discussion on the bill? Mr. Meeks, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have serious concerns about what this bill means to the overall practice of American foreign policy, and therefore must oppose it in its current form. It is hard for any member, particularly this member, to be opposed to a bill that is meant to increase congressional oversight of sensitive foreign policy issues. However, in the specific case of this draft bill, were it to be signed into law, I believe it would damage America's ability to conduct effective diplomacy. When dealing with our enemies, a strong diplomatic corps and strong military are both necessary to achieve our goals. In the specific case of Iran, they can clearly see from our consistent joint military exercises and regional deployments that we do, in fact, mean business. Our diplomatic efforts have also proven very effective. Case in point was the successful implementation of the JCPOA, which verifiably cut off all pathways to Iranian bomb. The dangerous moment we now find ourselves in is the direct result of the short-sighted cancellation of that diplomatic agreement. The Iranian nuclear threat has never been more dangerous than it is right now, in this moment. The United States must keep diplomacy on the table as a tool to address the Iranian threat. If this proposed bill is set into law, Iranian negotiators will know, and allied negotiators would know, that the executive branch officials in the negotiation room cannot independently make decisions. Our negotiators will be at an acute disadvantage. Other parties, friendly or foe, will know any adjustment in sanctions implementation will become subject to a joint motion of disapproval. Carefully negotiated multilateral agreements risk becoming subject to partisanship in the United States Congress. Such an action is worrisome to me and without precedent. I also believe that this bill directly interferes with the INARIA progress. Diplomatic agreements with Iran are already subject to congressional review as a whole. This bill goes far and beyond that statute. Even if the United States Congress declared an Iran deal through the comprehensive INARA process, sanctions implementation would once again become subject to binding congressional review, risking the agreement itself. This legislation could also harm our efforts to de-escalate tensions with Iran's shy of a comprehensive agreement. If this or future administrations try to negotiate a short-term diplomatic agreement on nuclear or other issues, such as regional troop protection, this legislation could interfere with that process. I also like to make a more general point about sanctions, and I believe this Congress sometimes forgets. Sanctions are meant to be lifted if they achieve our goals. Our nuclear sanctions were not passed to foment regime change in Iran, no matter how much we may hope they were. They were designed to drive Iran to the table and to negotiate the end of their nuclear weapons program. If we reach an agreement that clears an era, one that verifiably cuts off pathways to a nuclear weapon, we have to live up to our end of the agreement. Legislation like this is designed to thwart out obligations, damaging our diplomatic flexibility and trustworthiness. Finally, some will argue that there is precedent for such a policy vis-a-vis Russia. That is inaccurate. The scope of Russia sanctions in CASTA is much smaller. For instance, national emergencies past and present are included in this proposed bill, but not in CASTA. The new Russia sanctions EOs aren't covered by CASTA. The new Iran EO would be. There are also many sanctions in CASTA where there is no congressional review. This bill, however, would apply to the entire universe of Iran sanctions. Finally, CASTA mechanisms was established specifically to deal with Russian interference in the 2016 election. It wasn't about trying to prevent legitimate diplomacy, as I believe this will do. My friends and colleagues, we must look beyond Iran before going down this road. I've been here for a long time, and I know that if passed into law, this type of policy will not stop with Iran. If this were to become law, it would only be a matter of time before the lifting of any sanctions, no matter how small, will be subject to congressional vote. That is not Congress's job. It is our duty to provide the authority and the appropriations for effective foreign policy. It is not to conduct it in this manner. And this is for a good reason. We could not have 535 secretaries of state in a negotiation room. Please think carefully before steering down this road, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, there being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman is recognized. The clerk shall distribute the amendment. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 4691, offered by Mr. Meeks of New York. Page 7, beginning.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
As I mentioned in my opening remarks, I believe the joint resolution of disapproval created by this proposal, meant to provide Congress an up or down vote on each Iran sanction lifted by the administration, sets a dangerous precedent for American foreign policy. This is not the same mechanism found in CATSA, which is narrowly tailored to address a very specific sanction related to Russia's interference in the 2016 presidential election. My amendment would strike the harmful, diplomacy-damaging JRD section of the legislation, while still ensuring Congress has significant visibility into the administration's sanctions actions, which is appropriate given the legislative branch's oversight role in our constitutional system. And again, as I mentioned before, I hope my colleagues can look beyond Iran and consider what establishing this policy could mean for the management of global sanction campaigns in the future. And I ask for your support for this amendment, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. I rise to oppose this amendment. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. While I appreciate the ranking member's concern, I must oppose this amendment. The model of Section 216 of the Countering American Adversaries Through Sanctions Act established a precedent for Congress to conduct oversight over removal of sanctions. CATSA received overwhelming bipartisan support, passing the House 419 to 3. Iran is an incredibly dangerous actor. The Iranian regime has committed countless human rights violations, supports Russia's illegal war of aggression in Ukraine, and uses its proxies to attack Americans. It is essential that Congress exercise basic oversight over any potential agreement with Iran that may result in the lifting of sanctions. Not only is there precedent for this process, there is also an obvious need for it. Under the JCPOA, the Obama administration lifted sanctions on Iran despite widespread congressional opposition and concerns from the American people, helping fuel Iran's malign activities. I believe I remember to the tune of some $115 billion. It is the responsibility of Congress to be the voice of the people. A joint resolution of disapproval process, as established by this bill, gives the people a voice in sanctions relief. And I will add, this Congress does not want to put Israel in the position to defend itself against a potential nuclear Iranian state committed to the destruction of Israel. This amendment would render this bill effectively useless. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and support the bill as written. I yield back. Do any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Ranking Member Meeks, number 42. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Further proceedings on this bill will be postponed.
Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 3152, the Fight and Combat Rampant Iranian Missile Exports Act. The bill is circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 3152, a bill to impose sanctions with respect to countries, individuals, and entities that engage in any effort to acquire, possess, develop, transport, transfer, or deploy Iranian missiles and related goods and technology.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. This coming October, UN restrictions preventing countries from buying, participating in, or otherwise enabling Iran's drone and missile program will expire. Iran is a pariah state that brutalizes its citizens and threatens the global balance of power with their nuclear ambitions and illicit arms trade. Moreover, they have helped the Kremlin prosecute this unprovoked war of aggression in Ukraine. We have seen the Iranian drones used by Putin to target civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. They have attacked apartments, energy infrastructure, and other critical sites in an effort to break the will of the people. Specifically, they've attacked civilians. These drones have also been used by Iranian proxies like the Houthis to target our regional partners, while also threatening the tens of thousands of American troops and others living and working in the region. U.S. service members are regularly the victims of Iranian-backed drone attacks in Iraq and Syria, including a recent drone strike that killed a U.S. military contractor and wounded more than 24 Americans. If this UN ban expires, Iran will be free to openly transfer these lethal weapons to autocrats, war criminals, terrorist proxies around the world without restraint. My bipartisan bill, the Fight and Combat Rampant Iranian Missile Exports, or Fight Crime Act, would impose mandatory sanctions on anyone involved in the supply, sale, or transfer of Iran's missiles and drones, even if the UN restrictions expire. This bipartisan legislation makes clear that the United States and its allies and partners will hold those enabling Iran's missile and drone proliferation accountable, regardless of whether the UN restrictions remain in effect. This bill is essential to our efforts to combat the proliferation of Iranian missiles and drones, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Is there any further discussion on the bill? The ranking member, Mr. Meeks, is recognized.
For decades, the United States and our allies have harbored grave concerns regarding Iran's ballistic missile program. Leading among them is the fear that they are being developed to one day deploy a nuclear warhead. But we have also experienced Iran's short and medium-range missiles pose a direct and deadly threat to American forces in the region and the territories of numerous allies and partners. Iran currently has over 3,000 ballistic missiles in the stockpile. In recent years, despite international pressure, these missiles have achieved much greater range and accuracy. Iran has also supplied precision-guided missiles and drones to proxies in Lebanon and Syria. Iran's growing missile capabilities could one day allow it to threaten European and the United States mainland directly. Without a doubt, it is in the interest of the United States to prevent Iran from further expanding its missile capabilities. Today, global sanctions are in place which aim to limit Iran's missile program. They are found in the UN Security Council Resolution 2231. But unfortunately, they are set to expire in October of 2023. Russia and China's presence on the Security Council has made it impossible to negotiate an extension of these multilateral sanctions. In October, when the UN regulations expire, Iran would be free in the eyes of the UN to develop nuclear weapon delivery systems, including ICBMs, that could reach the United States homeland. So let's be clear. Iran has never abided by the missile restrictions outlined in the Security Council resolution. But when the sanctions expire, it would open the door for Iran to advance its missile program utilizing technologies more freely from around the world. Upon expiration of the sanctions, Iranian leaders will immediately gain access to items it cannot easily acquire domestically, such as gyroscopes, sensors, and numerous other sophisticated components necessary for modern ballistic missiles. And upon securing these technologies from abroad, Iran could begin to reverse engineer them and begin domestic production as it has done in the past. That is why, along with allies, we must act. And I applaud the European Union for telling Iran that they plan to retain their own EU Union ballistic missile sanctions set to expire in October. Today, we want to send Iran the message that the United States intends to do the same. And that is why we have introduced this bipartisan legislation that imposes mandatory property blocking and visa sanctions on anyone involved in the supply, sale, or transfer or support for Iran's missiles and drones. This legislation also requires the executive branch to submit a report on Iranian missiles and drones to Congress, specifically outlining their strategy to counter this menace. There is near global consensus that Iran should not be allowed to acquire a nuclear weapon or the missiles that could help them carry them. So I encourage all of my colleagues to support this important bipartisan legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I certainly appreciate his support for this important bill. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Dean Phillips is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for introducing the Fight Crime Act, and it's a pleasure to join you and Ranking Member Meeks and Chair Wilson in leading the effort. We all know that Iran continues to violate international missile and drone-related restrictions by continuing their nefarious activities with their missiles and drones targeting our troops, our allies, our partners across the Middle East, and increasingly supporting Putin's illegal and unjust invasion of Ukraine, which we all find unacceptable. What's even worse is the UN Security Council resolution, as Ranking Member Meeks just referred to, is limiting their progress, but it will expire this October. And while we surely should do everything possible to see that it is renewed, I think we'll all agree that Russia is almost certain to make that impossible. So without action from the rest of the international community, Iran's missiles and drones will continue to wreak havoc around the globe. So that's why I'm pleased that our European partners have decided to impose unilateral sanctions on Iran's drone and ballistic missile programs, and we must follow suit. That's why I'm pleased to see H.R. 3152, the Fight Crime Act, come before the committee today. It imposes mandatory property blocking and visa sanctions on anyone involved in the supply, the sale, or the transfer or support for Iran's missiles and drones, effectively ensuring that U.S. sanctions imposed in accordance with UNSCR 2231 do not lapse if the resolution should expire. So I look forward to working on a bipartisan basis to pass this bill into law before October and find ways to hold the Iranian regime accountable for its malign behavior. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 3152 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. And on that, I request a recorded vote. A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote and further proceedings on the bill will be postponed. We have 3 votes on the floor, House floor, so the committee will stand in recess, and we will reconvene after the votes are finished and completed on the House floor. Mm-hmm.
Audio check 1 2 1 2 3 4 testing testing 1 2 check 1 2 3 4 testing 1 2. Audio check 1 2 test 1 2 3 4 audio check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 check 1 2 test 1 2 3 4 audio check 1 2. Audio check 1 2 3 4 testing 1 2 3 4 audio check 1 2 testing position number I don't know check 1 2 3 4 audio check 1 2 test.
Committee will come to order. Pursuant to notice, I now call up HRES 578, calling for the immediate release of Avon Hernandez, a United States citizen, Los Angeles County public defender who was wrongfully detained by the Venezuelan regime in March of 2022. The resolution was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the resolution.
HRES 578, calling for the immediate release of Avon Hernandez, a United States citizen and Los Angeles County public defender who was wrongfully detained by the Venezuelan regime in March 2022.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with. The resolution is considered read and open to amendment at any point. And without objection, the Kamler-Dove amendment in the nature of a substitute number 44 circulated to members in advance shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for purposes of amendment. The gentlelady, well, is there any discussion on this resolution? The gentlelady, Ms. Kamler-Dove is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Ranking Member for the opportunity to mark up my resolution. Thank you for working with me on this and calling for the release of my constituent Avon Hernandez, who has been unjustly, arbitrarily, and wrongfully detained in Venezuela for over 15 months. I'd like to take a moment to share Avon's story with all of you. He's one of our own. I come from the city of Angels, and Avon is one of our angels. He is a Los Angeles County public defender. He's a UCLA alum. He is a deeply beloved member of the community. As a toddler, he fled with his family from the Civil War in El Salvador and grew up to become a lawyer, devoting his entire career to fighting for the most vulnerable in our city. Avon is known by his family, his friends, his colleagues, and mentees as a man of impeccable character with an incredibly generous heart. In fact, when I met with his family and friends, everyone said he was their best friend, and they recounted all of the ways that he'd stepped in to help them. He is constantly giving back to his community, tutoring and mentoring other Latino law students, and helping create a support system for those who often go without it. But his life changed when he went on vacation to Colombia in March of 22. He found himself at the Colombian-Venezuelan border where he was stopped by armed men. Once they discovered he was an American citizen, they captured him, they kidnapped him, and delivered him to the Venezuelan regime to be detained and used as a political pawn. Avon has been imprisoned for 15 months. It took the State Department a heartbreaking 7 months to designate him as wrongfully detained. Avon has spent his entire life fighting for others, and in fact, even while he has been detained in prison in Venezuela, he has been advocating for the rights of other detainees. And when they meet with the special envoy, they say, "Can Avon come in with me? Because he knows my case, he knows what's going on, and I want him here with me." He's probably now wondering whether anyone is fighting for him. And this resolution would say that, yes, we are fighting for you, Avon. The Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs has been working tirelessly to secure Avon's release, but the momentum has stalled. Congressional attention is needed now more than ever, and this resolution demonstrates that Congress wants Avon home in Los Angeles. Los Angeles wants Avon home, and his father, Pedro, wants him home. His father, Pedro, said, "He's my son, but he's also a son of this country." And we are hoping that the administration will use every tool in their toolkit to secure his immediate release, because Avon is worth it. Everyone's child is worth it. So I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, which is bipartisan, and join me in working to bring Avon home. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion on the resolution? Ms. Young Kim is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I strongly support House Resolution 578, which I was proud to introduce with Representative Kamler-Dove. I want to thank you for your leadership on this issue. This resolution will send a strong, unified message from Congress for our support for Evan and his family as we call on Biden administration to act. And I also want to thank Chairman McCall for joining me and meeting with Evan's father, Pedro, just last week. I also had the opportunity to meet with Evan's brother and the whole family back home last week as well. You know, it's a heartbreaking story. Evan is a beloved son, brother, uncle, friend, attorney, a Los Angeles native, and he attended UCLA. Even though he went to my, rivalry school, I went to USC, but we are working on this together to bring him home. He has worked in Los Angeles County Public Defender's Office since 2006. Very long time doing his work, representing our community and the Los Angeles community. Evan Hernandez was on a 2-week vacation to Colombia when he was kidnapped while asking for directions close to the Venezuelan border. He was taken against his will. He was asked to pay a bribe to cross into Venezuela, and when he refused, he was then accused of being a spy. He's being held on fabricated criminal association and conspiracy charges. Evan has been wrongfully detained by the Venezuelan regime for over a year now. It's past time to bring Evan home. I was proud to recently join Representative Cam Lager-Dove to introduce a resolution calling for Evan's immediate release. This resolution, again, will send a strong message from Congress for our support for Evan and his family, as well as we call on Biden administration to act more swiftly. Even though there is some people paying attention to it, we think it's not enough. So I'll continue to do my part to bring Evan home. And like I said, we keep working with his family to bring him home and on this resolution. And I call my colleagues to also support this effort. And I urge President Biden to give this case the attention that it deserves. And I want to thank Chairman again for considering this legislation in today's markup. Thank you for your leadership again, my colleague and friend, Cam Lager-Dove. And I urge everyone to vote yes. And I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. Any further discussion on the resolution? Ranking members recognized.
Thank you. I stand in strong support of Representative Cam Lager-Dove's 8 Res 578 resolution, which calls for the immediate release of Ivan Hernandez, a U.S. citizen and Korea public defender. For 15 months, Mr. Hernandez has been wrongfully detained by the government of Venezuela without due process or any assurances of when he might be released. Without a doubt, this congressional body stands divided on many issues, but assuring the safety of American citizens abroad is one where we cannot afford for our opinions to diverge. The bipartisan support of this resolution speaks to our collective responsibility and our commitment to elevating the priority of Mr. Hernandez's safe return. It is essential that we endeavor to secure the safe return of Mr. Hernandez along with all other victims of wrongful detention overseas. Mr. Hernandez has dedicated his career to defending those who do not have the means to defend themselves. It is not lost on me the irony that since March of 2022, Mr. Hernandez has gone from managing caseloads as a public defender to being unlawfully detained, and as we heard from Representative Cam Lager-Dove, representing and defending others who are incarcerated with him in Venezuela. Even under these circumstances, he is doing the Lord's work and helping. It just tells you who he is. And I've been following Mr. Hernandez's case since last April. And last week, I had the privilege of speaking with Mr. Mr. Hernandez's father. We walked and we had talked for a while in my office and in the hall. And I learned from his family about his contributions that he makes to the community. I learned how he has dedicated his life and a career to public services and practicing law for the public good. So we must honor Mr. Hernandez's passion for justice and preserving the rights granted to him and his fellow Americans by using that same passion to encourage this administration to use every tool at their disposal for his swift return. This is a matter that demands urgency. And as we sit in this room today, Mr. Hernandez is actively being denied the rights that he ordinarily would be working to secure for others. So, to the Hernandez family and loved ones, know that we stand with you, we stand with him, we see you, we hear you, we thank you, and we will continue to advocate for and on Mr. Hernandez's behalf. So I encourage all of my colleagues to stand with me in supporting this resolution, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the resolution? Let me just thank Ms. Kamlaver Dove for bringing this resolution forward. I had also had the opportunity to meet with Ava Hernandez's father, Pedro. Very powerful, moving experience, emotional. And honestly, Mr. Ranking Member, it just appears that this is these resolutions are happening way too often now.
Yeah.
It seems like this Congress, we've brought several of these now, whether it be Russia, China. I have a Texan on death row in China for a bogus drug charge. Iran, we have many American citizens in Iranian prisons. North Korea, now we have another soldier now. Of course, in Afghanistan, we have many. And, it's important that Congress stand up in these situations to say to the family that we hear you, and that tell Avon that Congress cares about you, and we will do everything in our power to bring him home safely. And I've met with our hostage team at State Department, and they're very, very good at what they do. And I look forward to working with them and you in bringing this to a conclusion and bring Avon home. And I think it doesn't go without notice the irony of a public defender being incarcerated with other defendants unjustly accused, taking up their cause, says a lot about his moral character and the person that he truly is, that I know his father was so proud of. And so I fully support this. Thank you for bringing this, and we'll get it on to the floor as soon as possible. But sending a message again to the family and to Ava and to Maduro, who is responsible for this. We're not going to sit back idly and take this. We're going to go on the offensive, and Congress will do everything in its power to return its son home to Los Angeles. So with that, there being no further discussion on the resolution, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, the question now occurs on the Kamlager Dev amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. I now move that committee report HRES 578 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes.
From the last bill,
This is the last.
we have Mr. Mass sit in the chair for you, so you can go to hip seat.
Okay, I was
Unless you
going
wanna
to do
finish
it
it.
after this, but
You want to do it after this?
You mean
have you talked to him since that time?
Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 4825, the No Illegal Oil from Russia Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 4825, a bill to require the imposition of sanctions and other measures related to the Russian oil price cap policy and for other purposes. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill? Chair now recognizes Ms. Dean for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Meeks. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 4825, the No Illegal Oil from Russia Act. It has now been 17 months since Putin and Russia began its unjust, illegal war in Ukraine. We cannot allow this war to become a stalemate. We cannot lose sight of the terrible toll each day of this war and what it exacts on Ukraine and her people. According to the UN, more than 9,000 civilians, including more than 500 children, have been killed since the start of the invasion. Russia has escalated attacks on Ukrainian grain, threatening a global food crisis. This devastation must end. We know that Russian oil exports are critical for financing their unjust, illegal war in Ukraine. And that is why the United States and many of our allies, including the European Union, UK, Australia, and Canada, have banned imports of Russian oil completely. Further, the United States worked with G7 to create a price cap on Russian oil. Under the price cap policy, the United States and other members of the coalition can only ship Russian oil that is sold at or below the $60 per barrel crude oil price. The intent of the price cap is to hurt Russian profits that are fueling their unjust war, while maintaining stable global energy markets, preserving energy availability and affordability for emerging markets. The price cap was implemented just last year in December of 2022, and the data suggests it has been highly effective at curtailing Russian oil profits. Nevertheless, this month, the price of Russian crude oil has breached the $60 per barrel threshold. Part of the reason of that price cap policy may no longer be working as effectively is why Russian oil has historically been dependent on Western shipping services. Reporting suggests that Russia is now using a shadow fleet to evade sanctions and transport oil above the price cap, profiting illegally. That is why I have introduced this bill, No Illegal Oil from Russia Act. First, this bill requires the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Treasury to submit a report on how to enhance international compliance with the Russian oil price cap policy. Second, this bill requires the Secretary of State, in coordination with the Secretary of the Treasury and Secretary of Energy, to report on the global economic impact of the Russian oil price cap policy. Finally, this bill requires the President to sanction foreign vessels that knowingly transport Russian oil over the price cap. While this step is significant, it is increasingly necessary to ensure we effectively cap Russian oil revenues. I thank the Chairman and Ranking Member for their support for this important legislation. Further, I thank Representatives Barr and Keating for co-sponsoring this bill. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Is there any further discussion? Chair now recognizes Ranking Member Mr. Meeks for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Last year, the Biden administration was presented with an impossible problem. Russia's petroleum experts were fueling, feeding, and financing its illegal and reprehensible invasion of Ukraine. But certain efforts to boycott Russian oil were only driving global petroleum prices higher, thereby indirectly aiding the Russian economy as some nations continued to purchase Urals oil while the American middle class was getting hit by prices at the pump. The Biden administration developed an ingenious solution: allow some Russian oil to come to the market with a price cap on it. This had the dual effect of starving the Kremlin of funds to support its immoral and imperial war, while also allowing enough oil to come to the global market to ensure prices came down and stayed reasonable for consumers. Finally, the Biden administration showed the diplomatic skills that comes with careful and close coordination with allies to get the G7 to agree to this plan. The plan has worked incredibly well. Urals oil continues to be priced at a significant discount compared to Brent oil. Gas prices, while higher than ideal, are nowhere near 2022 peaks. The Ukrainian effort and the American consumers have both won from the price cap. But the struggle is not over. This month, the average Urals oil price went above the G7 price cap, indicating continued and significant demand for Russian petroleum products. Now, this does not mean the price cap is not working. Russian oil is still trading at a significant discount. But it does mean that we should look to bolster the administration's enforcement tools here. Broad secondary sanctions will not work. Countries need energy and will look to purchase it from major suppliers. More importantly, the price of oil would spike, harming the American middle class and counterintuitively helping the Kremlin as the oil price increased. But selective sanctions would be effective at the margin. New reports have documented how certain ships are transporting Russian oil almost certainly above the price cap and lying about their location to hide this fact. These ships should be sanctioned. This should send a clear message about the cost of such deceitful behavior and would cause the price of Russian Urals to dip without catering supply. Under Representative Dean's thoughtful legislation, the administration would retain flexibility to waive sanctions where appropriate to continue to grease the wheels of the shipping and energy logistics economy. But the threat of sanctions will deter some ships from carrying Russian oil above the price cap and will actually strengthen the negotiating position of companies buying the Russian oil, which will lower prices. So I want to congratulate Representative Dean and Representative Barr for thoughtful approach here and urge all of my colleagues to support their legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move that committee report H.R. 4825 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee will recess until 5 p.m., when we will take record votes. Committee stands in recess.
do it. Ready? Committee postponed further proceedings on the roll call vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Representative Huizenga to H.R. 4619, on which the ayes have prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Smith? Aye. Smith votes aye. Representative Wilson? Aye. Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry? Aye. Perry votes aye. Representative Issa? Issa votes aye. Representative Wagner? Aye. Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast? Aye. Mast votes aye. Representative Buck?
Aye.
Buck votes aye. Representative Burchett? Burchett votes aye. Representative Green?
Aye.
Green votes aye. Representative Barr?
Aye.
Barr votes aye. Representative Ronnie Jackson?
Aye.
Jackson votes aye. Representative Young Kim? Aye. Kim votes aye. Representative Salazar? Aye. Salazar votes aye. Representative Huizenga? Huizenga votes aye. Representative Radowagen?
Aye.
Radowagen votes aye. Representative Hill? Hill. Representative Davidson? Aye. Davidson votes aye. Representative Bayard? Bayard votes aye. Representative Waltz? Waltz. Representative Kane?
Aye.
Kane votes aye. Representative Lawler? Lawler votes aye. Representative
You can
Mills?
trick us.
Mills. Representative McCormick? McCormick votes aye. Representative Moran? Moran votes aye. Representative James? James. Representative Self? Self votes aye. Ranking Member Meeks?
Aye.
Meeks votes aye. Representative Sherman?
Aye.
Sherman votes aye. Representative Connolly?
Aye.
Connolly votes aye. Representative Keating? Keating votes aye. Representative Barra? Barra votes aye. Representative Castro? Castro. Representative Titus? Titus votes aye. Representative Liu? Liu votes aye. Representative Wild? Wild. Representative Phillips? Phillips. Representative Allred? Allred votes aye. Representative Andy Kim? Kim votes aye. Representative Jacobs? Jacobs votes aye. Representative Manning? Manning votes aye. Representative Sherfless McCormick? Sherfless McCormick votes aye. Representative Stanton? Stanton votes aye. Representative Dean? Dean votes aye. Representative Moskowitz? Moskowitz votes aye. Representative Jonathan Jackson? Jackson votes aye. Representative Kamlager-Dove? Kamlager-Dove votes aye. Representative Costa? Costa votes aye. Representative Crow? Crow votes aye. Representative Schneider? Schneider votes aye. Mr. Chairman?
Chairman votes aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye.
Are there other members in the room who wish to have their vote recorded? Mr. James.
Mr. Chairman, how is James reported?
How's
He's
Mr.
not
James?
recorded.
Mr. James votes aye.
Good job.
James votes aye.
Mr. Castro. Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Phillips votes
Castro
aye.
votes aye. Mr. Phillips votes aye.
Any members who wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 46 and the noes are 0.
The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on reporting H.R. 4619 as amended favorably to the House. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Committee postponed further proceedings on the roll call vote on the amendment offered by Representative Meeks to Representative Kim's amendment in the nature of a substitute, on which the noes have prevailed by voice vote. Question now occurs on agreeing to the Meeks amendment. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Smith?
No.
Smith votes no. Representative Wilson? No. Wilson votes no. Representative Perry? No. Perry votes no. Representative Issa? Issa votes no. Representative Wagner? Wagner votes no. Representative Mast? No. Mast votes no. Representative Buck? Buck votes no. Representative Burchett? Burchett votes no. Representative Green? Green votes no. Representative Barr? Barr votes no. Representative Ronnie Jackson? Ronnie Jackson votes no. Representative Young Kim? Kim votes no. Representative Salazar? Salazar votes no. Representative Huizenga? Huizenga votes no. Representative Radowagen? Radowagen votes no. Representative Hill? Hill? Representative Davidson? Davidson votes no. Representative Bayard? Bayard votes no. Representative Waltz? Waltz. Representative Kane?
No.
Kane votes no. Representative Lawler? No. Lawler votes no. Representative Mills? Mills. Representative McCormick? McCormick votes no. Representative Moran? Moran votes no. Representative James? James votes no. Representative Self? Self votes no. Ranking Member Meeks?
Aye.
Meeks votes aye. Representative Sherman? Sherman votes aye. Representative Connolly?
Aye.
Connolly votes aye. Representative Keating? Keating votes aye. Representative Barra? Barra votes aye. Representative Castro? Castro votes aye. Representative Titus? Titus votes aye. Representative Liu? Liu votes aye. Representative Wild? Wild? Representative Phillips?
Aye.
Phillips votes aye. Representative Allred? Allred votes aye. Representative Andy Kim? Kim votes aye. Representative Jacobs? Jacobs votes aye. Representative Manning? Manning votes aye. Representative Sherfless McCormick? Sherfless McCormick votes aye. Representative Stanton? Stanton votes aye. Representative Dean? Dean votes aye. Representative Moskowitz? Moskowitz votes aye. Representative Jonathan Jackson? Jackson votes aye. Representative Kamlager-Dev? Kamlager-Dev votes aye. Representative Costa? Costa votes aye. Representative Crow? Crow votes aye. Representative Schneider? Schneider votes aye. Mr. Chairman?
Chairman votes no.
Mr. Chairman votes
Are there other members in the room who wish to have their vote recorded? Are there any members who wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
on this vote. The ayes are 22, the noes are 24.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of substitute number 35 offered by Representative Kim. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the amendment is agreed to. There being no further amendments to dispense with, the question now occurs on reporting H.R. 4716 as amended favorably to the House. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to.
Roll call vote.
Yeah, we're going to have votes on the floor. You sure? If you want to stay or late, it's up to you, Mr. Ranking Member.
It's okay.
All right, we'll go. The recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Smith? Aye. Smith votes aye. Representative Wilson? Aye. Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry? Perry votes aye. Representative Issa? Issa votes aye. Representative Wagner? Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast? Mast votes aye. Representative Buck? Buck votes aye. Representative Burchett? Burchett votes aye. Representative Green? Green votes aye. Representative Barr? Barr votes aye. Representative Ronnie Jackson? Jackson votes aye. Representative Young Kim? Kim votes aye. Representative Salazar? Salazar votes aye. Representative Huizenga? Huizenga votes aye. Representative Rodawagan? Rodawagan votes aye. Representative Hill? Hill? Representative Davidson? Davidson votes aye. Representative Bayard? Bayard votes aye. Representative Waltz? Waltz? Representative Kane?
Aye.
Kane votes aye. Representative Lawler? Lawler votes aye. Representative Mills? Mills? Representative McCormick? McCormick votes aye. Representative Moran? Moran votes aye. Representative James? James votes aye. Representative Self? Self votes aye.
That's good.
Ranking Member Meeks?
No.
Meeks votes no. Representative Sherman? No. Sherman votes no. Representative Connolly?
Nay.
Connolly votes no. Representative Keating? Keating votes no. Representative Barra? Barra votes no. Representative Castro? Castro votes no. Representative Titus? Titus votes no. Representative Liu? No. Liu votes no. Representative Wild? Wild? Representative Phillips?
No.
Phillips votes no. Representative Allred? Allred votes no. Representative Andy Kim? Kim votes no. Representative Jacobs? Jacobs votes no. Representative Manning? Manning votes no. Representative Sherfless McCormick? Sherfless McCormick votes no. Representative Stanton? Stanton votes no. Representative Dean? Dean votes no. Representative Moskowitz? Moskowitz votes no. Representative Jonathan Jackson? Jackson votes no. Representative Kamlager-Dove? Kamlager-Dove votes no. Representative Costa? Costa votes no. Representative Crow? Crow votes no. Representative Schneider? Schneider votes no. Mr. Chairman?
Chairman votes aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye.
Have all members voted? Mr. Hill?
Representative Hill votes aye.
Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Clerk will report the tally. So these called votes now. So we got 20 minutes.
We can call the cloakroom and tell them to hold it.
On this vote, the ayes are 25, the noes are 22.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Committee postponed further proceedings on the roll call vote on the amendment offered by Representative Meeks, number 43, to Representative Keene, amendment in the nature of a substitute, on which the noes had prevailed by voice vote. Question now occurs on agreeing to the Meeks amendment. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Smith? No. Smith votes no. Representative Wilson? No. Wilson votes no. Representative Perry? Perry votes no. Representative Issa? No. Issa votes no. Representative Wagner? Wagner votes no. Representative Mast? No. Mast votes no. Representative Buck? No. Buck votes no. Representative Burchett? No. Burchett votes no. Representative Green? No. Green votes no. Representative Barr? Barr votes no. Representative Ronnie Jackson? No. Jackson votes no. Representative Young Kim? No. Kim votes no. Representative Salazar? No. Salazar votes no. Representative Huizenga? No. Huizenga votes no. Representative Rodawagen? Rodawagen votes no. Representative Hill? Hill votes no. Representative Davidson? Davidson votes no. Representative Baird? Baird votes no. Representative Waltz? Waltz? Representative Kane?
No.
Kane votes no. Representative Lawler? Lawler votes no. Representative Mills? Mills? Representative McCormick? McCormick votes no. Representative Moran? Moran votes no. Representative James? James votes no. Representative Self? Self votes no. Ranking Member Meeks?
Yes.
Meeks votes aye. Representative Sherman?
Yes.
Sherman votes aye. Representative Connolly?
Aye.
Connolly votes aye. Representative Keating? Aye. Keating votes aye. Representative Barra? Barra votes aye. Representative Castro? Castro votes aye. Representative Titus? Titus votes aye. Representative Liu? Liu votes aye. Representative Wild? Wild? Representative Phillips?
Aye.
Phillips votes aye. Representative Allred? Allred votes aye. Representative Andy Kim? Kim votes aye. Representative Jacobs? Jacobs votes aye. Representative Manning? Manning votes aye. Representative Sherflis McCormick? Sherflis McCormick votes aye. Representative Stanton? Stanton votes aye. Representative Dean? Dean votes aye. Representative Moskowitz? Moskowitz votes aye. Representative Jonathan Jackson? Jackson votes aye. Representative Kamala Gurdev? Kamala Gurdev votes aye. Representative Costa? Costa votes aye. Representative Crow? Crow votes aye. Representative Schneider? Schneider votes aye. Mr. Chairman?
Chairman votes no.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 22, the noes are 25.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 21, offered by Representative Keene. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. There being no further amendments to dispense with, the question now occurs on reporting H.R. 4715 as amended favorably to the House. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Smith? Yes. Smith votes aye. Representative Wilson? Aye. Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry? Aye. Perry votes aye. Representative Issa? Aye. Issa votes aye. Representative Wagner? Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast? Mast votes aye. Representative Buck? Aye. Buck votes aye. Representative Burchett? Burchett votes aye. Representative Green? Green votes aye. Representative Barr? Barr votes aye. Representative Ronnie Jackson? Jackson votes aye. Representative Young Kim? Kim votes aye. Representative Salazar? Salazar votes aye. Representative Huizenga? Huizenga votes aye. Representative Rodawagen? Rodawagen votes aye. Representative Hill? Hill votes aye. Representative Davidson? Davidson votes aye. Representative Baird? Baird votes aye. Representative Waltz? Waltz? Representative Kane?
Aye.
Kane votes aye. Representative Lawler?
Aye.
Lawler votes aye. Representative Mills? Mills. Representative McCormick? McCormick votes aye. Representative Moran? Moran votes aye. Representative James? James votes aye. Representative Self? Self votes aye. Ranking Member Meeks?
No.
Meeks votes no. Representative Sherman? Sherman votes no. Representative Connolly?
Nay.
Connolly votes no. Representative Keating? Keating votes no. Representative Barra? Barra votes no. Representative Castro? Castro votes no. Representative Titus? Titus votes no. Representative Liu? Liu votes no. Representative Wild?
No.
Wild votes no. Representative Phillips?
No.
Phillips votes no. Representative Allred? Allred votes no. Representative Andy Kim? Kim votes no. Representative Jacobs? Jacobs votes no. Representative Manning? Manning votes no. Representative Sherfless McCormick? Sherfless McCormick votes no. Representative Stanton? Stanton votes no. Representative Dean? Dean votes no. Representative Moskowitz? Moskowitz votes no. Representative Jonathan Jackson? Jackson votes no. Representative Kamlager Dove? Kamlager Dove votes no. Representative Costa? Costa votes no. Representative Crow? Crow votes no. Representative Schneider? Schneider votes no. Mr. Chairman?
Chairman votes aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? The clerk will report the tally. Mr. Mills? Mr. Mills votes aye.
Representative Mills votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 23.
Pendent Chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion reconsiders laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Committee postponed further proceedings on the roll call vote on amendment number 45 offered by Representative Kamlager Dove to H.R. 1456, on which the noes have prevailed by voice vote. Question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Smith? Smith votes no. Representative Wilson? Wilson votes no. Representative Perry? Perry votes no. Representative Issa? Issa votes no. Representative Wagner? Wagner votes no. Representative Mast? Mast votes no. Representative Buck? Buck votes no. Representative Burchett? Burchett votes no. Representative Green? Green votes no. Representative Barr? Barr votes no. Representative Ronnie Jackson? Jackson votes no. Representative Young Kim? Kim votes no. Representative Salazar? Salazar votes no. Representative Huizenga? Huizenga votes no. Representative Radewagen? Radewagen votes no. Representative Hill? Hill votes no. Representative Davidson? Davidson votes no. Representative Baird? Baird votes no. Representative Waltz? Waltz? Representative Kane?
No.
Kane votes no. Representative Lawler? Lawler votes no. Representative Mills? Mills votes no. Representative McCormick? McCormick votes no. Representative Moran? Moran votes no. Representative James? James votes no. Representative Self? Self votes no. Ranking Member Meeks? Meeks votes aye. Representative Sherman? Sherman votes aye. Representative Connolly?
Aye.
Connolly votes aye. Representative Keating? Keating votes aye. Representative Barra? Barra votes aye. Representative Castro? Castro votes aye. Representative Titus? Titus votes aye. Representative Liu? Liu votes aye. Representative Wild? Wild votes aye. Representative Phillips?
Aye.
Phillips votes aye. Representative Allred? Allred votes aye. Representative Andy Kim? Kim votes aye. Representative Jacobs? Jacobs votes aye. Representative Manning? Manning votes aye. Representative Sherfless McCormick? Sherfless McCormick votes aye. Representative Stanton? Stanton votes aye. Representative Dean? Dean votes aye. Representative Moskowitz? Moskowitz votes aye. Representative Jonathan Jackson? Jackson votes aye. Representative Kamlager Dove? Kamlager Dove votes aye. Representative Costa? Costa votes aye. Representative Crow? Crow votes aye. Representative Schneider? Schneider votes aye. Mr. Chairman?
Chairman votes no.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Clerk will report the tally. I'm speeding it up.
Yeah, so we'll ask UC to vacate the next vote and just state that.
Hold on a second. On the next one.
On this vote, the ayes are 23, the noes are 26.
And the opinion of the chair and the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. It's unanimous consent to vacate the vote on Lager Dev number 46, which failed by voice vote. Hearing no objections, so ordered. There being no further amendments to dispense with, the question now occurs on reporting H.R. 1456 as amended favorably to the House. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
Wow, that was loud. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, surprisingly. And the motion is agreed to. Oh, God. A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Smith? Aye. Smith votes aye. Representative Wilson? Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry? Perry votes aye. Representative Issa? Issa votes aye. Representative Wagner? Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast? Mast votes aye. Representative Buck? Buck votes aye. Representative Burchett? Burchett votes aye. Representative Green? Green votes aye. Representative Barr? Barr votes aye. Representative Ronnie Jackson? Jackson votes aye. Representative Young Kim? Kim votes aye. Representative Salazar? Salazar votes aye. Representative Huizenga? Huizenga votes aye. Representative Radowagen? Radowagen votes aye. Representative Hill? Hill votes aye. Representative Davidson? Davidson votes aye. Representative Baird? Baird votes aye. Representative Waltz? Waltz? Representative Kane?
Aye.
Kane votes aye. Representative Lawler? Lawler votes aye. Representative Mills? Mills votes aye. Representative McCormick? McCormick votes aye. Representative Moran? Moran votes aye. Representative James? James votes aye. Representative Self? Self votes aye. Ranking Member Meeks? Meeks votes no. Representative Sherman?
No.
Sherman votes no. Representative Connolly?
Nay.
Connolly votes no. Representative Keating? Keating votes no. Representative Barra? Barra votes no. Representative Castro? Castro votes no. Representative Titus? Titus votes no. Representative Liu? Liu votes no. Representative Wild? Wild votes no. Representative Phillips?
No.
Phillips votes no. Representative Allred? Allred votes no. Representative Andy Kim? Kim votes no. Representative Jacobs? Jacobs votes no. Representative Manning? Manning votes no. Representative Sherfullis McCormick? Sherfullis McCormick votes no. Representative Stanton? Stanton votes no. Representative Dean? Dean votes no. Representative Moskowitz? Moskowitz votes no. Representative Jonathan Jackson? Jackson votes no. Representative Comlager Dove? Comlager Dove votes no. Representative Costa? Costa votes no. Representative Crow? Crow votes no. Representative Schneider? Schneider votes no. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman votes aye.
My mic on.
On this vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 23.
Pending the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 4725 as amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Smith? Smith votes aye. Representative Wilson? Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry? Perry? Representative Issa? Issa votes aye. Representative Wagner? Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast? Mast votes aye. Representative Buck? Buck votes aye. Representative Burchett? Burchett votes aye. Representative Green? Green votes aye. Representative Barr? Barr votes aye. Representative Ronnie Jackson? Jackson votes aye. Representative Young Kim? Kim votes aye. Representative Salazar? Salazar votes aye. Representative Huizenga? Huizenga votes aye. Representative Radowagen? Radowagen votes aye. Representative Hill? Hill votes aye. Representative Davidson? Davidson votes aye. Representative Baird? Baird votes aye. Representative Waltz? Waltz? Representative Kane? Kane votes aye. Representative Lawler? Lawler votes aye. Representative Mills? Mills votes aye. Representative McCormick? McCormick votes aye. Representative Moran? Moran votes aye. Representative James? James votes aye. Representative Self? Self votes aye. Ranking Member Meeks?
Aye.
Meeks votes aye. Representative Sherman? Sherman votes aye. Representative Connolly?
Aye.
Connolly votes aye. Representative Keating? Keating votes aye. Representative Barra? Barra votes aye. Representative Castro? Castro votes aye. Representative Titus? Titus votes aye. Representative Liu? Liu votes aye. Representative Wild?
Thank you for
Wild votes aye. Representative Phillips? Kim votes aye. Representative Jacobs? Jacobs votes aye. Representative Manning? Manning votes aye. Representative Sherflus McCormick? Sherflus McCormick votes aye. Representative Stanton? Representative Stanton votes aye. Representative Dean? Dean votes aye. Representative Moskowitz? Moskowitz votes aye. Representative Jonathan Jackson? Jackson votes aye. Representative Kamlager-Dove? Kamlager-Dove votes aye. Representative Costa? Costa votes aye. Representative Crow? Crow votes aye. Representative Schneider? Schneider votes aye. Mr. Chairman?
Chairman votes aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye.
Have all members voted? Mr. Waltz. Mr. Waltz votes aye.
Mr. Waltz votes aye.
Clerk will report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 49, the noes are 0.
The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion reconsiders laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 4517 as amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Smith? Aye. Smith votes aye. Representative Wilson? Aye. Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry? Perry? Representative Issa? Aye. Issa votes aye. Representative Wagner? Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast? Mast votes aye. Representative Buck? Buck votes aye. Representative Burchett? Burchett votes aye. Representative Green? Green votes aye. Representative Barr? Barr votes aye. Representative Ronnie Jackson? Jackson votes aye. Representative Young Kim? Kim votes aye. Representative Salazar? Salazar votes aye. Representative Huizinga? Huizinga votes aye. Representative Radowagen? Radowagen votes aye. Representative Hill? Hill votes aye. Representative Davidson? Davidson votes aye. Representative Baird? Baird votes aye. Representative Waltz? Waltz votes aye. Representative Kane? Kane votes aye. Representative Lawler? Lawler votes aye. Representative Mills?
I just want to say really quickly that I do support this, but I will vote present as I feel it's a conflict of interest because I would benefit from it.
Representative Mills votes present. Representative McCormick? McCormick? Representative Moran? Moran votes aye. Representative James? James votes aye. Representative Self? Self votes aye. Ranking Member Meeks?
Aye.
Meeks votes aye. Representative Sherman? Aye. Sherman votes aye. Representative Connolly?
Aye.
Connolly votes aye. Representative Keating? Keating votes aye. Representative Barra? Barra votes aye. Representative Castro? Castro votes aye. Representative Titus? Titus votes aye. Representative Liu? Liu votes aye. Representative Wild?
Aye.
Wild votes aye. Representative Phillips?
Aye.
Phillips votes aye. Representative Allred? Allred votes aye. Representative Andy Kim? Kim votes aye. Representative Jacobs? Jacobs votes aye. Representative Manning? Manning votes aye. Representative Sherflus McCormick? Sherflus McCormick votes aye. Representative Stanton? Stanton votes aye. Representative Dean? Dean votes aye. Representative Moskowitz? Moskowitz votes aye. Representative Jonathan Jackson? Jackson votes aye. Representative Kamlager-Dove? Kamlager-Dove votes aye. Representative Costa? Costa votes aye. Representative Crow? Crow votes aye. Representative Schneider? Schneider votes aye. Mr. Chairman?
Chairman votes aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 47, the noes are 0, and 1 voted present.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion reconsiders laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. I ask unanimous consent to vacate the recorded vote for Meeks number 42 to H.R. 4691. The amendment failed by voice vote. Without objection, so ordered. There being no further amendments to dispense with, the question now occurs on reporting H.R. 4691 favorable to the House. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Smith? Aye. Smith votes aye. Representative Wilson? Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry? Perry votes aye. Representative Issa? Isa votes aye. Representative Wagner. Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast. Mast votes aye. Representative Buck. Buck votes aye. Representative Burchett. Burchett votes aye. Representative Green. Green votes aye. Representative Barr. Barr votes aye. Representative Ronnie Jackson. Jackson votes aye. Representative Young Kim. Kim votes aye. Representative Salazar. Salazar votes aye. Representative Huizenga. Huizenga votes aye. Representative Rodawagen. Rodawagen votes aye. Representative Hill.
We're done.
Hill votes aye. Representative Davidson. Davidson votes aye. Representative Bayard. Bayard votes aye. Representative Waltz. Waltz votes aye. Representative Kane. Kane votes aye. Representative Lawler. Lawler votes aye. Representative Mills. Mills votes aye. Representative McCormick. McCormick votes aye. Representative Moran. Moran votes aye. Representative James. James votes aye. Representative Self. Self votes aye. Ranking Member Meeks.
No.
Meeks votes no. Representative Sherman. Sherman vote, sorry?
Aye.
Sherman votes aye. Representative Connolly.
No.
Connolly votes no. Representative Keating.
No.
Keating votes no. Representative Barra. Barra votes no. Representative Castro. Castro votes no. Representative Titus. Titus votes no. Representative Liu. Liu votes aye. Representative Wild.
No.
Wild votes no. Representative Phillips.
No.
Phillips votes no. Representative Allred. Allred votes no. Representative Andy Kim. Kim votes no. Representative Jacobs. Jacobs votes no. Representative Manning. Manning votes aye. Representative Sherfless McCormick. Sherfless McCormick votes no. Representative Stanton. Stanton votes aye. Representative Dean. Dean votes no. Representative Moskowitz. Moskowitz votes aye. Representative Jonathan Jackson. Jackson votes no. Representative Kamlager-Dove. Kamlager-Dove votes no. Representative Costa. Costa votes aye. Representative Crow. Crow votes no. Representative Schneider. Schneider votes aye. Mr. Chairman?
Chairman votes aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 34, the noes are 16.
The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion reconsiders laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 3152 favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Smith? Aye. Smith votes aye. Representative Wilson? Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry? Perry votes aye. Representative Issa? Issa votes aye. Representative Wagner? Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast? Mast votes aye. Representative Buck? Buck votes aye. Representative Burchett? Burchett votes aye. Representative Green? Green votes aye. Representative Barr? Barr votes aye. Representative Ronnie Jackson? Jackson votes aye. Representative Young Kim? Kim votes aye. Representative Salazar? Salazar votes aye. Representative Huizenga? Huizenga votes aye. Representative Rodawagen? Rodawagen votes aye. Representative Hill? Hill votes aye. Representative Davidson? Davidson votes aye. Representative Bayard? Bayard votes aye. Representative Waltz? Waltz votes aye. Representative Kane? Kane votes aye. Representative Lawler? Lawler votes aye. Representative Mills? Mills votes aye. Representative McCormick? McCormick votes aye. Representative Moran? Moran votes aye. Representative James? James votes aye. Representative Self? Self votes aye. Ranking Member Meeks? Meeks votes aye. Representative Sherman? Sherman votes aye. Representative Connolly?
Aye.
Connolly votes aye. Representative Keating? Keating votes aye. Representative Barra? Barra votes aye. Representative Castro? Castro votes aye. Representative Titus? Titus votes aye. Representative Liu? Liu votes aye. Representative Wild? Wild votes aye. Representative Phillips?
Aye.
Phillips votes aye. Representative Allred? Allred votes aye. Representative Andy Kim? Kim votes aye. Representative Jacobs? Jacobs votes aye. Representative Manning? Manning votes aye. Representative Sherfless McCormick? Sherfless McCormick votes aye. Representative Stanton? Stanton votes aye. Representative Dean? Dean votes aye. Representative Moskowitz? Moskowitz votes
See you
aye.
tomorrow.
Representative Jonathan Jackson? Jackson votes aye. Representative Kamlager-Dove? Kamlager-Dove votes aye. Representative Costa? Costa? Costa votes aye. Representative Crow? Crow votes aye. Representative Schneider? Schneider votes aye. Mr. Chairman?
Chairman votes aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will report the tally. Good job, thanks. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 50, the noes are 0.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to without objection. The motion to reconsider laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical conforming changes. This concludes consideration of the measures noticed by committee for today. I want to thank all the members. There being no further business to transact, committee stands adjourned.